free insights for leaders at netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Does having more money and less stress sound nice, but feel impossible? Well, in my brand new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I share my story of going from broke to millionaire and exactly how I did it. You'll learn about the money traps and cultural lies out there designed to keep you brainwashed and stressed out, from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps. So if you're not where you want to be financially, I can help you finally get ahead. You can get Breaking Free from Broke today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defending the Trump administration's decision to deploy active duty Marines and the National Guard to demonstrations in Los Angeles against the guidance from state and local officials. Protesters have been demonstrating against the mass ICE raids in Los Angeles, and local police, as well as the mayor, say they've been able to handle the demonstrations and the clashes on their own. Hegseth was before a House subcommittee when the questions came up. More now from ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill, who said at one point Hegseth suggested the military could be deployed in other cities where ICE raids are taking place.
It opened the door to potential questions from Democrats I've talked to on the panel of if the administration is eyeing potentially using National Guard troops, etc., to protect ICE in other settings, in other cities. Obviously, that question remaining on the table, but we haven't seen the kind of civil unrest the way that we've seen in Los Angeles.
A Phoenix City councilman and former member of the Phoenix Police Department has some advice for anyone who might think of joining any local demonstrations, should they happen.
If they're participating in a protest, abide by the rules. You know what they are. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't step out of those boundaries.
Kevin Robinson tells the Mike Broomhead Show those who choose violence will be identified and will be held accountable for their actions. He says officers have been in contact with those who would lead protests and have been explaining what the law is to them. A Homeland Security operation in the area of 6th and Peoria Avenues led to a few tense moments there today. Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common Defense was among those who quickly arrived.
We do want people to come out. We do, like I said, we want people to bear witness to what's going on, to record them, to let them know that we're watching, because obviously they don't like that.
The situation seemed to have calmed quickly. We're still waiting on some details on the law enforcement operation. Our partners at ABC 15 report they've been told by Peoria police it was related to a drug offense.
Arizona votes.
Republican Arizona State Senator Jake Hoffman is trying to exert his influence on another political race.
We have two candidates who have stepped up to fix the wrongs that are happening at the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Those candidates are state reps Ralph Heap and David Marshall, who announced their runs at a news conference earlier today. Just a few weeks ago, the conservative Hoffman backed State Treasurer Kimberly Yee's challenge of fellow Republican Tom Horn in the race for superintendent of public instruction. Governor Katie Hobbs again is going to join Outspoken live this afternoon. From the clock ticking on the state budget to the protest in Los Angeles, there's plenty for us to talk with her about, and you'll hear it all live right here, and you can see it on the KTAR YouTube page at 5:30 this afternoon. A major shakeup at the CDC. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy removing all members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee.
Lawmakers also reacting. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer calling the move reckless, radical, and rooted in conspiracy, not science. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who is a physician, posting on X, of course, now the fear is that the ACIP will be filled up with people who know nothing about vaccines except suspicion, saying that he will continue to talk with Kennedy to ensure that's not the case.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. In Tempe, the City Council has adopted some new heat safety standards so outdoor workers are protected in these high temperatures.
The new standards are required for city departments and contractors who work for the city. They include written heat safety plans, access to water and shade within a quarter mile of work zones, 10-minute breaks every 2 hours when temperatures are above 100, and others. Some of the rules will start in 30 days. The rest take effect September 1st. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
And you can read more about it at KTAR.com. A Let's get a check on traffic now. Bill O'Neill is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky, things looking pretty good for the most part across the valley right now. Do have a crash just getting reported. This is at Loop 101 on the southbound side at Elliott Road near Tempe. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR.
Well, we're not cooling off, that's for sure. Today's high 108, 82 tonight for our low. Right there about 108 Wednesday and Thursday and 109 on Friday. Currently in Tempe, we've reached 103. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Boy, do I have some bad news. Bad news for our man Pablo. So Pablo is, I think he's at Phoenix Children's. Yeah, he's doing a tour at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Of course, we've got our big rally coming up here in another month and a half.
Yep.
2 months, I guess.
Give-a-thon coming up here soon. Can't wait to get on the air, raise $2 million+.
So our own Pablo Rios, producer Pablo, is there, and he was supposed to be back for the show. He did not make it back in time, and I was going to hand out the first award in our Old Morons Almanac. And what you guys didn't know is that I had worked out a deal with one of the local Mercedes-Benz dealerships that I could give away the Mercedes to the first winner of any of our, the prizes from here on out are like, a box of cookies or something. But today I had a
You had to
Mercedes.
be present to win, right?
Yeah.
And
so he's out of luck.
Man.
Yep. That's too bad. Yeah, he would have been the winner today, too. Yeah.
That's awful.
So just a quick update on the Old Morons Almanac. Back in April, we took a few different stats from the summer, and we predicted what would happen. The first one, I believe, is officially done. Yes. The first one that could be done is done now because we have yet to have a day over 110 degrees.
That's right.
And
it was 109 yesterday.
Oh, did it get that high?
Yes, it did.
I'm sorry. I know you were giving the weather at the end there, and I was firing up the computer machine.
No, that's fine.
But I know we could hit it this weekend. Is that what they're thinking could happen?
Mm-hmm.
So the average is usually June 11th, which would be tomorrow. We're going to be well, that's for the last 30 years anyway. That would be tomorrow. Historical average would be June 18th. I don't think we're going to go that long. Pablo guessed June 10th. The rest of us had earlier than that. So he wins today.
But he's not here, so
But
no
he's not
car
here.
for him.
That's
No.
Man.
No, the car will be going back to the dealer.
Yeah, feel bad for him on that one.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you don't show
And you
up.
said the rest of the prizes aren't anything good.
No, it's like a
No.
box of Cracker Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Dakota ring from the box.
Yeah. Because the Cracker Jacks are good, but I don't need the Dakota ring. I already have a few. So you're out of luck on that.
Yeah.
All right. What is the
Thanks
next
for
one? Number of days over 100, highest temperature. Well, we won't know that until the end of the summer. We won't know number of days over 100 until the end of the summer. How many days over 110? We won't know that until the end of the summer.
We'll probably know highest temp by August, though. Usually that falls in
Don't count on that.
June or
no
July.
kidding.
And everything's up in
everything
the
else is
air.
going to be end of the year. So we've got
okay.
hottest night. We need to remember this for next year. We need to have more early on so that we can update the Old Morons Almanac.
How would we do that, though?
Well, we could do like first day over 100. I think we put this together after we hit 100 or something is when we first thought we should do something with the weather.
Well, we could do something with the monsoon. I mean, like,
We have total rainfall in there.
But we can't do that.
First day of rainfall during the monsoon.
During
or something
monsoon.
like
That's
that.
a good idea.
What if we also did like a June or July average? Or like
average
total,
temperature?
or like total in June or July.
Yeah.
For certain things.
And we should think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything else is going to be, we're not going to have any, which is why this was the big one. I mean, this is why they had the Mercedes on it.
Yeah.
So
I
feel
understand.
Bad. Yeah. Well, they just, I just talked to the dealership. They just picked it up and took it back because I see Pablo just showed up.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He'd just been here.
He just walked in.
A minute or two earlier.
He would have been.
He would have won it, but now it's gone.
Rolling out of here with
man.
that S-Class. Yep. Boy, oh boy. He has no idea we're talking about him
he
either. We can see him
doesn't.
through the window. So, Joe Huizinga is back. The long national nightmare is over.
No
And,
Mercedes for me, though, either.
No, nothing for you. So things in Vegas didn't go very well then.
Dang it.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
Awful.
I had a story that I added over the weekend, and I thought, this is in your wheelhouse. You're such a big sports fan, and especially college sports. So I thought, I want to talk about the new pay-for-play settlement that the NCAA has reached in order to allow colleges to pay their athletes. And this has Arizona roots.
It does. There's a Arizona State swimmer, Grant House. So when you see House versus NCAA, we're not talking the House of Representatives. We're talking one gentleman, Grant House from Arizona State, who sued the NCAA and its 5 biggest conferences to lift the restrictions on revenue sharing.
Yeah. So his lawsuit got mixed in. There were a few other people who were suing at the time, but he's going to be the lead plaintiff in this case. And this took years to play out. And rather than take this to court, the NCAA said the writing is on the wall. We've lost a few other battles in the past, so let's figure out a settlement. They had to do some hammering out of things. They thought they were going to have this all nailed down before. And then one of the conditions of the settlement would be that universities have to limit the number of players on the teams, but they can offer full ride scholarships to everyone on the team.
Yeah, so no more walk-ons and partial scholarships and things like that, it seems like. Those are going to be going away.
Yeah, the walk-ons were gone. Partials would be somewhat limited, yeah. And so part of the settlement, when they went back to the judge, they said, hey, we got this figured out. Here's what we're going to do. And the judge said, all right, well, let's give people a couple of months to think about it. In the meantime, schools saying, this is going to be the way it's going to be. They started saying, sorry, walk-ons, you're toast. And the walk-ons went, wait a minute. We weren't even asking for anything. We just lost our spot on the team. So now we're not even going to be collegiate athletes. So the judge took that into account. There were like, 5,000 kids or something like that said, I didn't do anything. I just lost a spot on the team. And the judge said, okay, you're going to have a special designation that basically you get an Ali oxen free. And if schools want you on the team, then you can still be on the team. But from here forward, the walk-on stuff is pretty much done for.
Yeah, so it's going to become a thing of the past here fairly soon.
Yeah.
So how is all this going to work, though? We're looking at $2.8 billion total.
Right.
And that's roughly going to break down to up to a little over $20 million per school. Think of it as revenue sharing, basically.
Right.
So each school, let's say ASU, U of A, just for instance, they can take money that they've made and designate $20.5 million of it to go to their athletes.
Right.
However they see fit to divvy it up.
So what about the money that the athletes have been making until now? Remember, the rules on NIL, name, image, likeness, those were loosened up a few years back. That was another one of those lawsuits that the NCAA lost. And it said, look, if you've got Cam Scattaboo and he is crushing it, and you've got your, was it Valley Toyota dealers that was working with him?
Oh, we know he had the Scatterburger at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers.
Let's go with that one. Yeah, okay. So he had the Scatterburger. So if Cold Beer and Cheeseburger says, we'd like for him to be our spokesperson,
we're going to give him $50,000 or $100,000.
And now, basically, the court said, hey, you can't tell the guy he can't go work, right? Because it's a weird situation with these student athletes beforehand. They were getting the scholarships, and a lot of people say, well, that's enough pay for them. All right, so they get the scholarships and they get some sweatpants, and then a lot of people in the neighborhood are like, that's all they ever need. Brr. And then they're busting their tails. They're going to class, they're carrying a full ride schedule, and they've got morning workouts, they've got afternoon workouts, they've got travel days, they've got games, all this kind of stuff that goes on. And then they don't have any money. And they go, well, can I just get a job at the car wash? And they go, oh, no, you can't really do that because, that car wash might be a booster. And that would be considered a payment for a college student. And you have to be an amateur. And they go, I'm not going to school for professional car washing. Can I just get a job so I can buy pizza? And it became this really hairy subject. And basically the NCAA lost in the courts, and the court said, you can't stop the kids from working.
So Cam Scattaboo would still be able to have his Scatterburger deal.
As well as potentially get some money from the school.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So some people not very happy with these. I'm going to call them curmudgeons.
A lot of people.
Or even, based on our rehearsal, Huizingas.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Our why today, why are so many people Huizingaing the college athletes getting paid for their work? That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:13. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. In the wake of violent immigration protests and demonstrations in Los Angeles, the Phoenix Police Department is ready for any protest here. That's the word from City Councilman Kevin Robinson, who has a warning for those who might choose to be violent.
Technology is our friend these days, which I think is a really good thing. There's cameras everywhere. When people act out, do things they're not supposed to or they shouldn't do, they're usually on some type of tape. So their identities will be found later, and they will be held accountable for their actions.
Robinson tells the Mike Broomhead Show officers have already been in contact with those who would lead any demonstrations, and they've been explaining what the law is to them. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Definitely a warm week ahead. No 110s by Friday, but 108 today and tomorrow and Thursday, and an overnight low of 82. We're at 104 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today is we discuss this settlement that the NCAA has reached and what they call the House v. NCAA. House meaning Grant House, the ASU swimmer who sued the NCAA for not allowing him to make any money being a student athlete. Our why are so many people upset about college athletes getting paid for their work? A brief recap. The settlement basically allows for schools to pay their athletes in any of the sports revenue sharing, a capped amount of about a little over $20 million.
Yep.
Okay. So that would be on top of anything the athletes could make with the NIL plans, name, image, likeness. One slight modification on that, too. And that is that the NILs, you talked about Cam Scatterboot, and I love this example because we all love Cam, and we all know the Scatterburger at Cold Beer.
Cheeseburgers. Yep.
Right. I almost called it Hot Wings.
Huh.
That was a radio show. So now Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers couldn't say, Cam, we'll pay you. Now they have to say, Cam, we'll give money to this third party to give to you.
It's just a technicality, though.
It is, and they do that, though, so that auditors can make sure that everything is on the up and up, and that they're not saying, Cam, we'll pay you $7 million, but you only need to claim $50,000, right? So everything has to be on the up and up.
So you got to pay your taxes.
Right, and things have to be transparent. We have the same thing here. Do you realize that?
Here at work?
Yes.
Really?
We have the same thing here.
Oh, I don't know about you. They tell me they're giving me $50K, but I'm actually getting $7 million.
So the truth that, when you hear Joe talk about Good Feet, right? One of the great sponsors, right? Or you're going to hear me talk about Advanced Window Products shortly. So they say, will you be an influencer for us? Mm-hmm. And we go, we'd love to. We don't get checks from those companies. No. That goes to our company who
give us our pittance.
Exactly. And that is so that there's no perception of impropriety.
Sure.
And what they would call plugola,
Mm-hmm.
right? In radio, plugola is a deal that goes back to the 60s, right? So they say, in order to make sure we don't have plugola, everything has to go through the legitimate channels. Same thing with this now. The NCAA is fine-tuning the NIL. And so when Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers wants to give Cam Scatterboot a contract to be their rep, he can do that. Just has to go through this third party to make sure everything's on the up and up.
Auditor.
Okay. So why are so many people upset about the college athletes getting paid for work? And it's funny to see the comments online about how they don't deserve it, that this is ruining the sport. And then, of course, things turn political, that this is, depends on which aisle the fan is.
Okay.
This is liberals ruining my sport.
Oh.
This is conservatives forcing their capitalism on my sport. Doesn't matter.
So where do I fall in all this? Because you teased right before we went to break there that the Huizengas of the world fall
Well, we were
into
talking about it, and you were saying, well, this isn't fair. And I would say, how is it not fair? And you go, well, it's not fair that that the schools have to give money out to wherever. And you said it should be revenue sharing deal. And it should be revenue dependent.
The easiest way to do it would be, football and basketball tend to bring in the most money at schools. Yes.
So they should get all the money. The school should not have any authority
You
over
brought
how
up a
they
good
spend the
point,
money.
Because, if a school wants to compete in tennis or swimming, should they be able to go out and spend a bunch of money in tennis or swimming? Or you even brought up, hey, what if you're really good at basketball, like University of, UConn, Kansas, schools like that?
Duke,
If you slump off for a few years and you want to throw more money into basketball, or if you want to get really good at football, should you not be able to spend more in those others? I'm trying to come up with a way that could be a standard where it isn't just the school can willy-nilly decide, hey, we want to go here with the money, we want to go there with the money.
Explain to me why you thought that Grant House might feel like a loser in all of this. Now, Grant House is the swimmer from ASU. The whole lawsuit is the House v. NCAA. He's basically the catalyst for making all of this happen. And you say he's a loser in all of this.
I think not a loser as in a bad guy or, or a weenie. I think he could be a loser in terms of he may not get any of that $20.5 million because he's from a traditional non-revenue generating sport, an Olympic sport. He was a swimmer.
Yeah.
And I would guess that a lot of these schools, especially if they're not in the Big Ten and the SEC, which are the two biggest football and basketball conferences out there traditionally.
No doubt.
The schools are going to want to throw their money at those revenue-generating sports to try to bring in more revenue.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of schools say, you know what? You're a great swimmer. We're going to pay you $500,000.
But he's not going to get as much. So he might not get as much as, say, Cam Scadaboo.
Not close.
Okay. And so that he shouldn't have brought this lawsuit up then, because look, he's not making out like those guys in the revenue sports.
You had a great analogy earlier. You said, if I go to the casino with somebody.
Yeah. So Joe goes to the casino and he puts $20 in a slot machine and he wins $50.
Yes.
He's sitting next to Mike Broomhead, who, if you're unfamiliar, the next time you see Mike Broomhead, rub his head because that man brings luck to every slot machine he touches. So Joe wins $50, but Mike Broomhead puts $20 in and he wins $20,000. Are you a loser?
Perception, yes. Reality,
because you didn't win as much as Mike. So,
not close.
So that's not fair. But you do have more than you started with.
And even if you don't, if you're Grant House, are you a loser if you got other athletes, other students paid?
I mean, are you arguing against yourself now? Because now you're making him out to be a hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am in a way. I'm conflicted on it is what I am.
Okay.
Like, I'm torn.
Here's where I find most people have issues with this. And that is, it all comes down to change. And change is hard. We are so resistant to change. In many cases, I'm a purist of sports. And I know that sounds funny, considering my opinion on this is that the players should be paid, and that sounds anti-purist. But when it comes to my resolute support of the purity of the games, that is back to my hesitancy toward change. I'll be the first to admit it. Change is scary. We are hardwired to embrace things that are familiar. It is part of our survival DNA. We can't anticipate if that change is going to be good or bad, and so we hedge against the bad, and we say, well, what we have now is good enough. As my grandmother used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if we adopted that mantra for everything, we would still be in the dark ages. Oh, why do I need to have a wagon with a motor? My horse is doing a great job. Why would I need a tractor for my field? I can have my mule pull this plow. Change is difficult. And in fact, anytime there's been change, people are resistant, including the automobile, including the internet, right? All of these things. But change is progress, and finding a better way is always better. And I think change is the biggest reason that people are upset. But I also think that you've got purists involved in the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that there is this element of, I don't know if you want to call it moral superiority, but purists, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to watch amateur athletes who are performing at a semi-pro level, but they don't want those athletes to be compensated. Because the purists believe that by compensating the athletes, you are tarnishing something. What? I guess the idea of amateur athletics, just in general. So Brandon Marcello is a writer, and he was talking with CBS Sports about this very thing. And he laid it out pretty clearly.
The 119-year amateurism model in the NCAA is dead. It's over. Everything they based everything on the last 120 years is gone. Players will now start being paid based off of the revenue from their schools starting July 1st. Those power conference schools are going to start sharing that revenue with them. And this is a new day, because not only have we been in this new NIL era for the last 4 years, but now they're going to get additional money potentially with this revenue sharing, and it changes everything. We can no longer say that this is a complete amateurism model. This is more or less a professional model now, if not semi-professional. I never thought I'd see the day.
Never thought he'd see the day. But remember, when it comes to the purists, they're the same people, and it's funny, Joe didn't realize I had put this in my notes when we were arguing about this. The purists are the same people that lament that the students that were one and done in college basketball were ruining the game. One and done is when you play 1 year and then you go pro.
Mm-hmm.
That was because the NBA doesn't allow you to go from high school to the pros anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think college basketball was its best in the 60s to the 90s, where you would see teams, you'd see the same players for 2 or 3 years. They'd have to play together. You'd see how that team would develop. There could be an injury, but the players would pretty much be the same. You wouldn't have
so
all the transferring.
Same 7 guys for 4 years.
Yeah.
So we block out any other players from wearing that uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So less opportunity for players
You
as
could
long
transfer,
as you get to
but
see.
you'd have to sit out a year.
So,
and
right, but then there'd have to be a roster spot open.
It would be.
Which wouldn't open because those people are coming back next year.
Less change.
So that change thing is really what it comes back to.
Yeah. And that's a bugaboo, too, because you say better is always better.
Better's always better.
You can't disagree with that. But I would push back and say, is new always better? And thus, is change always better?
Is change always bad?
No.
I mean, your
no,
biggest
it's not.
Your biggest argument here is it's change.
Yeah,
and I don't like change.
No, it's not. It's not. Better is better. 100% agree.
If
but,
you
but
have
new is not always better.
If you have kids that agree with you to yell at the clouds, but they're standing on your lawn while they're agreeing with you, are you mad at the kids for being on your lawn, or are you happy because they also hate those clouds? I hate these kids. Why are all these clouds out here?
I'm happy the athletes are getting paid. I just don't know the best way to do it. That's the struggle.
All right, change can be tough, but that might not be the only reason you don't like the changes coming to college sports. See if you have any of these other lingering worries about what could be coming next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Want to talk about advanced window products. If you look around your home right now, and I've done this before too, moved into a couple of different homes that have those contractor-grade windows. Bah, barfy. I don't like those at all because they're single pane, and I can hear the traffic, and then, honestly, my electric bill is through the roof. They're so dang expensive. That's why Advanced Window Products is the place you want to call, because you've got sales and installation in-house. There's no middleman markups when you're talking about some of the highest quality windows on the market using Cardinal glass and high-efficiency replacement windows and doors with a ton of colors that you can choose from. And here's my favorite part. Not only that high efficiency, not only the top quality Cardinal glass, it's a lifetime warranty. And that's a warranty that's serviced by the local team. That's labor, glass, and parts all included. And it's not one of those deals that say as long as you own the home. It stays with the home. That warranty stays with those windows as long as the windows are in the house. The most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And right now, with Advanced Windows, they've got a summer special. You buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off. And you want to beat the rush, call today. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Again, buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments, so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and one of the best decisions I ever made was when I went to K2 Vision RLE. It's why I want you to choose them if you've ever considered RLE, refractive lens exchange. But first, if you don't know what K2 Vision RLE can do for you, let me explain. If you struggle with distance vision and you also need a pair of reading glasses with an arm's length at all times because your arms aren't long enough now to hold your phone where you can read it, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. And you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and could have you seeing perfectly without glasses or readers the very next day. And trust me, never having to worry about readers, well, that's amazing. So, are you ready to start spending your good active years not hassling with changing prescriptions or needing readers? Are you done with glasses? K2 Vision RLE could give you great vision now permanently. And since the doctors at K2 Vision have performed 150,000 lens procedures, they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We're talking to Apache Junction Police Chief Michael Pooley about the loss of Officer Facio.
See, part of your job is you're the boss, and you've got to go and comfort and console them.
I've gotten to get really close with the family the last week. They asked me to be in the room with them when Officer Facio took his last breath. That was by far the hardest thing I've had to do in my entire career.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. California Governor Gavin Newsom has asked a federal court to block the Trump administration from using the National Guard and the Marines to assist with immigration raids in Los Angeles, saying the practice will only heighten tensions. Newsom filed the emergency request today after President Trump ordered the deployment to L.A. of roughly 4,000 National Guard members and 700 Marines, following protests driven by anger over the president's stepped-up enforcement of immigration laws. The governor's request says it's in response to a change in orders for the Guard members who were originally deployed to protect federal buildings. Some high tensions in Peoria for a short time today after federal agents were seen in the neighborhood of 6th and Peoria Avenues.
We don't want this to turn violent because we don't want the Donald Trump regime to have an excuse to send the Marine Corps down here, to send, the National Guard over here and turn this into a police state the way they're trying to do in L.A.
Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common common defense shortly after arriving in that area. Now, we're still waiting for details on the operation, but our partners at ABC 15 report they've been told that it was all related to a drug offense. Officials in Austria say 9 people were killed and at least 12 others injured during a shooting at a school in the city of Graz. Officials say the shooter, a former student, died by suicide during the incident. ABC's Maggie Ruley has more.
More than 300 police officers responded to the shooting. They were able to secure the scene within 17 minutes. We're also getting new details about the shooter himself. Police say he was a 21-year-old Austrian citizen, a former student of the school who never graduated, and they believe he acted alone, though they're still investigating the motive behind the shooting. The governor of the region today in a press conference said it is a day of sorrow and processing the dramatic incident, and they've declared 3 days of national mourning.
Governor Katie Hobbs again is going to join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos live this afternoon. And from the clock ticking on the state budget to the protest in L.A., there's plenty to talk with her about. You can hear it all live right here at 92.3 FM. You can also watch it on the KTAR YouTube page at 5:30 this afternoon. Let's check on traffic with Heather Larson now. She's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There is a crash at Elliott on the southbound 101. That's backing up traffic all the way to Guadalupe. Then on the city streets in Glendale, we've got a crash at 67th Avenue in Maryland. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
108 is expected to be our high today, tomorrow, Thursday, and then about 109 on Friday. We could hit 110 over the weekend, though. 82 for our overnight low. Right now in Tolleson, it's 107 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
You've heard from the Republicans who'd like to replace Raul Grijalva in Congress. Tonight at 7, you'll hear from the Democrats. We'll tell you what they said tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
This is very soothing.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Oh, I love it.
This really brings me into the mood. I like this a lot. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And just here's a reminder to promote YouTube. Check out the best dressed man on KTAR's YouTube channel. That'd be Joe. And me, the smartest.
And most smart-assiest.
You can now watch and listen to this show on our KTAR YouTube channel. That's where you're also going to find exclusive interviews and reaction to the latest local and breaking news. Subscribe to KTAR News YouTube channel today. All right, so there we go. We have done that. Cross that off
good
the
job
list.
with that one.
We were talking about the NCAA settlement, which means that the colleges can now start paying their players. There is a cap, though. So colleges can pay a total of $20.5 million. Now, that number may go up over the course of the next 10 years, but it starts at $20.5 million. I can tell you that it is a concern for some of these schools. And they're going, we have to come up with another $20 million to be able to pay our athletes if we want to stay competitive. And in many cases, when you've got schools like your University of Michigan or John Roller's Ohio State University, boo, or some of these other real schools, then they've got huge dollar amounts coming in because of football. When you have some of these other schools, and I'll give you an example, and that is at the University of Kansas, which is the one with which I'm quite familiar. I have a lot of good friends, part of the program there, part of the athletic department. And they have this issue where their football team traditionally stinks.
Yeah, they're not a traditional football powerhouse. Great at basketball, not football.
Football still brings in a ton of money because you got a stadium that seats 50,000 people. And
you're probably going to have at least 30 or 40,000 people there. Even if the team is dreadful, people just love football.
Plus, the TV contract is huge.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's
Playing
a lot
in the
of
Big
money
12
coming in there.
with ASU, yeah.
So now the basketball program, which is what they're known for, right, winningest program in history, just thought I'd throw that out there, they're going, okay, we have to stay competitive in football because that's where the money's coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But also, we have to stay competitive in basketball because that's when we get the eyeballs on the school.
Mm-hmm.
And so how are we going to stay competitive paying? How are we going to spread this money out?
Yeah.
Right? And that's where things get a little bit difficult.
Well, a lot difficult because those are the two big
Right.
revenue generators.
So now, unless you are Caitlin Clark at Iowa,
Mm-hmm.
who's paying their women's basketball team?
Yeah.
Or LSU or UConn. There's a few schools that are going to do
Or any
big
of the
things there, but
dozen
that's
or
it.
2 dozen other men's and women's sports that they're thought of as traditionally Olympic sports. Everything from field hockey, swimming, volleyball.
So do we have a problem with... It's funny because you were arguing for a revenue priority. So if you are a football team, you should get the lion's share of that $20.5 million.
I think that's the easiest way to divvy it up. Not necessarily best, but easiest.
Well, easy isn't always better. When was the last time easy was better? Right?
Well,
Not very
easy
often.
can be better.
Yeah, I know. There are times.
Yeah.
Right. I guess.
But also, complex doesn't necessarily mean better
No,
either.
I agree. I'm just thinking that, we're all up in arms over paying student athletes. And then we go, what are we really up in arms about? I think in many cases, people are upset. And this is one of the reasons that people hate this idea, is that they're jealous. They're upset because...
Outsiders are jealous?
Yes. One of the things that they loved about college athletics is that the amateur nature is kind of an extension of their own glory years in high school. Like, oh, I played football and I was an amateur, and now that guy I played with, he's going to U of A now, and I get to watch him on Saturday. That's great. But they're at the next level, right? But they're still amateurs. So it's still my buddy. He's still, don't get your head too big there, buddy. You're still the same guy who used to hit on the football field, the practice squad, right? But now these young men and women are being put on a level, and they're being paid, and we go like, well, they're not that much better than I was. How dare an 18-year-old make $10 million a year doing something that I'd love to be doing, but instead I toil away at my 9 to 5 for $70,000. That's not fair. This sort of dovetails into what you were saying before about how some people might feel like they're losing out, even though they're making more than they ever did before, because football's getting all the money.
I think you're going to see sour grapes amongst the athletes, too. You could have the number one player on the tennis team, the star of the school, the star of the conference, who looks at the football team and says, why is the backup punter making $100,000 and I'm getting $5K? How's that fair?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess in the old days, you had to be, as an athlete, you had to be an elite athlete to get paid.
But all these kids are pretty elite.
That's when no, they're not.
No?
They're not.
You don't think they are?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Look how many student athletes there are that don't go pro.
Okay.
Elite is pro level.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
so my point is this. You used to have to be elite to make a living doing it.
Okay.
Okay. That's my point.
Gotcha.
And now people are saying, well, that's not fair. All these other kids are making all this money, making a living playing a game. That's no fairsies. And these are also the same people that complain that athletes make too much money. The elite athletes make too much money. But they're still going to pay $60 for parking and pound $14 beers at State Farm Stadium. They want to complain about something, and it always has to do with, it's not fair to me. I didn't get what somebody else did.
well, to your point on that, too, it's going to be a lot more unfair, too, because that $15 beer now might be $17, because that $2 might go to make up this $20 million that the school can use for revenue to pass around the kids.
I will give you maybe. But I'm going to tell you, I don't believe it.
Oh.
Because they estimate that the athletic departments this settlement could cost those athletic departments up to 30% of the money that they bring in. Where's the other 70% going?
Their pocketbooks?
I mean, somebody's making money on this, whether that's cronies who are doing stadium improvements, whether that's vendors who are getting sweet contracts. Somebody's making money on it, and it's not the people who are putting out the product.
But I think if you're the school, you want to keep that full 100%.
No.
So they're going to raise the cost of other things. They're going to put
and they're going to use this as an excuse. But do they have to?
No, they don't have to, but they're going to, because they don't want to have to pay out $20.5 million.
As long as we pay it, why do they care? Why wouldn't they?
And it's not just you and I, too. It's you're sending your kid off to college. There could be a $100 fee to use the rec center, things like that.
Yeah, the extra athletics
They're
fee.
going to weave it into all kinds of different
That's been
things.
going on for years, too. I
It
had to
has
pay that
been,
when I was in college.
But you had to.
Yeah.
But who's to say it's not going to be $10 or $20 more per kid this upcoming year?
Could be. There's one other group out there that I think is going to complain about this. I'll tell you who that group is, and I think this is where politics enters into the equation a little bit. And you may agree that the new system is confusing. What might surprise you is that the settlement isn't going to be the end of all the lawsuits. All right. Who's still looking for a lawyer? Next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
What's my good feet story? This past weekend, it was 20-plus miles walking all over the Strip in paradise. Las Vegas, Nevada. Chris, it's actually Paradise, Nevada. It's not actually Las Vegas, Nevada. Did you know that?
Took you as more of a Pahrump guy.
There you go. I was not walking all over Pahrump. Badump. Today, my feet, they couldn't feel better thanks to my Good Feet personalized arch supports. The plantar fasciitis that I dealt with, it's a thing of the past. Go to goodfeet.com right now. Book an appointment for the Good Feet store closest to you. Walk into one of those 5 convenient Valley Good Feet stores in Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. If you've got any kind of foot, ankle, leg, knee, hip, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer, was almost 110 out here in the Valley the other day. It's the hottest time of the year. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure that you're doing everything you can to feel your best. And it doesn't matter if you want to feel better when you're just walking around the house or if you're putting 50-plus miles in a week. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting today. Summer vacations are upon us, and I want you to feel your best when you're on your feet. Enjoy summer to the fullest. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake. Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace. Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection? Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it. And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now. We need some tax and tariff relief, right? Just mention Calvisi. Or Gatos. Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. You save 12%. Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442. KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Arizona Humane Society is offering discounted pet microchips for the entire month of June. You can schedule the service for your pet for only $10. Arizona Humane Society spokesperson Kelsey Dickerson says it's part of a push to help protect pets ahead of the 4th of July, when more pets go missing than any other time of the year. A microchip does not track the pets, but it does provide ID when the animal is scanned. You can schedule an appointment to get the microchip during the month of June for this discounted price by visiting the Arizona Humane Society's website. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. 108 degrees is what we're expecting for a high the next 3 days, and then on up from there, unfortunately. Right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it's 106. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Congressman Andy Biggs gives us an update on what's happening in Washington. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. All right, we've been talking about this settlement between the NCAA and the different universities. In this case, it's House v. NCAA. House is Grant House, a former Arizona State swimmer who sued the NCAA and their 5 biggest conferences. His lawsuit and 2 others combined over several years, and the dispute wound up with a settlement that ends a decades-old prohibition on schools cutting checks directly to athletes. Some people are not very happy about this. I think this comes down to people who are adverse to any change. I don't like it. I think you've got the purists. You go, this is not amateur sports. Amateur sports are better. And you go, okay, well, what about professional basketball players in the Olympics? Well, we had to do that.
Yeah.
We wanted to stay competitive. We had to do that.
I kind of fall into that purist category where I don't know that this is going to be better. It's definitely going to be different.
I think there's some jealousy that goes into this, too, where people are upset. They go, I don't want to see 18-year-olds making all this money. And you go, why? And they go, because they don't need to. Well, okay, so what? I'm sorry you didn't make it, but I got to tell you, if you were 18 and somebody said, will you play this game and I'll give you $10 million, you would not say no.
So we're not just paying the elite anymore. We're now paying the pretty dang good, too.
And I think there's some jealousy about that.
Yeah.
They go, how come
I think there could be jealousy amongst the athletes even of...
You made that great point, too. Sour grapes with the athletes. Yeah.
Some might get more than others.
Even on the same team.
Yes.
You may have different contracts that are worked out.
Of course.
Yeah. I think there's another element too. I think there's some politics in here, and I don't want to say left v right, but I do think you have kind of the equity at all cost wing of the Democratic Party.
Okay.
The liberal vantage point where everything needs to be equal all the time, right? And I think that these people are going to go to their grave opposing payments to players that could see male athletes making more and athletes in non-revenue sports making less. Some of the sour grapes that you're talking about, I think you're going to have some advocates for that going, oh, it's not fair that women's crew is not getting as much money as the quarterback of the national championship team.
It's traditionally thought of as Title IX was a big piece of that leveled the playing field in terms of men's sports and women's sports having the same number of those sports at each school.
So their whole thing is they should make the same amount. Nothing. Okay. They're also going to claim that the tiered system is not fair to their favorite tiny liberal arts college who's not going to get their cut. And actually, Brandon Marcellus was talking with CBS Sports about some of the winners and losers, including those smaller schools.
Well, it's an absolute positive for the players, of course, but I do think what we're going to see is more separation between the haves and have-nots among football programs, basketball programs, for example. Because remember, The ones sharing the revenue are only the power conferences, those 4 power conferences. Now, other conferences...
Why does CBS Sports keep playing music underneath the guy trying to speak, by the way? I don't understand them doing that.
Outside of that, and the group of 6 can opt in and decide to be part of this, but they haven't really decided to do that. The only conference that's really pushed that forward is the American Conference, which has said, we're going to participate a little bit. We're not requiring our schools to meet that $20.5 million salary cap like all the power conferences, but you need to meet this a certain much smaller average to remain members of the AAC. But again, that's a massive divide between the AAC and the other power conferences.
I could see conferences using this as a way to get rid of some
of those
smaller
non-revenue generating sports.
Well, some of the smaller schools.
Oh,
so I mean, they won't do it because they like what they do academically. But I could see the Big Ten saying, Northwestern, you're really not pulling your weight around here, and so we're going to make sure you have to put forth now $27 million when the salary cap is raised in the future.
Potentially.
You made mention of Title IX, and I think that's a really good point because one of the things about this lawsuit is that the settlement that allows for this pay-for-play directly from the colleges, in addition to the NIL sponsorships that they've worked out, is that there will be, I think, future lawsuits about equity among genders.
Yeah, if guys got scholarships, ladies got scholarships. If guys had 12 sports, women got to have 12 sports at the same institution.
Yeah, so now if men's sports are bringing in
18 million out of the 20 million, and
yeah.
really it's men's sports are bringing in, I don't know the percentage, but I would guess it's 90+% of the revenue.
You're probably right. And for some schools, I think it's closer to 100%.
It's very close.
Yeah, I think we might see some more Title IX lawsuits coming forward as well.
Hey, Father's Day, right around the corner. Hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on KTAR.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories.
In Phoenix, our situation playing out better than most other metro areas if you're a home buyer. Not so swell if you're trying to sell your place. Who's saving and who's getting the bill? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Which brings me to my friends at Orchard. I like the musical interlude that happened.
Love this Orchard.
It's my favorite part. So my friends at Orchard want to make sure that when you find that home you like, you're ready to go. You know, we have a coworker who recently sold his house, and he sold it so that he could have cash on hand ready to go when he found the one that he wants in the future. He's renting right now in the meantime. Yeah, that works. That's kind of the old way to make sure you had cash on hand. The new way is with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. So imagine you're in your home right now. You want to move out. You find that place you want. Orchard's going to give you cash for the home you're in so you can go buy and move into the new home first. None of this renting for a little while. And then Orchard experts take over on the old place. They handle the repairs. They make price-boosting upgrades. And when they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells your home for top dollar. They sell it for more than what they gave you up front for the cash. You get another check. Doesn't get better than that. Orchard's Move First program giving you that freedom to buy and move into your new home first on your schedule. Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's orchard.com. And again, orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Gatos. Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to, well, stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet, and they're not talking about a supplement here. They're talking about prescription strength testosterone, because the truth is, nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. All you have to do is mention Gatos. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Speaking at the Fort Bragg Army Base in North Carolina today, President Trump called out California, the news media, and the Biden administration. Mr. Trump praising his administration for returning the Fort Bragg moniker and removing the Fort Liberty designation by the Biden administration. He then struck an ominous tone, breaking from his historical notes to say a foreign invasion is underway in California as protests continue for a fifth day over the deportation of undocumented workers.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will not let that happen. It's never going to happen. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen.
Ryan Glover lives in Los Angeles and begs to differ.
I really believe that it just seems overblown. I feel like, it's indicative of the irresponsibility of the current administration and the hatred and the xenophobia that they have for immigrants.
A Homeland Security operation in the area of 6th and Peoria Avenues led to a few tense moments there today. Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common Defense was among those who quickly arrived.
We do want people to come out. We do, like I said, we want people to bear witness to what's going on, to record them, to let them know that we're watching, because obviously they don't like that.
The situation seemed to have calmed quickly, though. We're still waiting on details on the law enforcement operation. Our partners at ABC 15 report they've been told by Peoria police it was all related to a drug offense. Meanwhile, final preparations are underway for this Saturday's parade in Washington, D.C., honoring the 250th anniversary of the Army. It coincides with President Trump's 79th birthday. Officials say security will be tight, including drone surveillance and more than 18 miles of anti-scale fencing. Military hardware also rolling in from across the country. Here's Camille Stahlkoper, Public Affairs Director for the Army's 3rd Armored Corps.
We brought 28 Abrams tanks, 28 Bradley fighting vehicles, 6 Paladins, and then 28 Stryker infantry carriers. Overall, that is 90 vehicles of the 150, which will be in the parade on 14 June.
Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, and it's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 10th, and back on this day in 1752, Benjamin Franklin flies a kite during a thunderstorm. For science. Well, Ben did the stunt to see if a key attached to the string would draw an electrical charge, or so the story goes. In fact, historians aren't quite sure about Franklin's famous experiment, and some have questioned whether it took place at all. Franklin became interested in electricity at the time when much still was unknown on the topic, and spent almost a decade conducting electrical experiments. He coined a number of terms we still use today, including battery, conductor, and electrician. Now, contrary to popular myth, Franklin didn't conduct the experiment to prove the existence of electricity, and it's highly unlikely that the lightning struck the key while Franklin was flying the kite, because if it had, Franklin probably would have been toast. But it's still one of the most famous experiments, and it happened back on this day in 1752.
Let's check on the roads now. Heather Larson's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn in Phoenix, for having reports here of a dead animal near the roadway. I-17 northbound near the Maricopa Freeway. That's close to 7th Street. And a few crashes on the city streets to look out for in Glendale. There's a wreck at 51st Avenue in Camelback. Another one at Stapley and Dana and Mesa. In Tempe, there's a crash at Apache Boulevard and Roosevelt. That's just east of the 101. And finally, in Glendale, a crash at 47th Avenue and Northern. Traffic brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, 82. Tomorrow and Thursday, back up around 108 for a high each day, 109 by Friday. And by Saturday and Sunday, we could be hitting those 110s. It's 105 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, good afternoon, my friends. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga.
Hello.
You heard us talking about, I love talking about real estate. I love talking about houses. I love talking about finding the right house, being able to afford the right house, get into the right house. And it's been a while since we've had any good news, but it does look like not only are we transitioning into a buyer's market, Phoenix is kind of leading the way on that. And this makes me a little bit nervous to hear that we're leading the way, because I'm old enough to remember, as Bruce St. James likes to say, I'm old enough to remember after the recession, or rather when the recession hit and the housing market collapsed, we were one of the 3 hardest hit areas.
Phoenix, Vegas, and what was the third?
L.A.
Okay.
Yeah. They all got hit, or Southern California in general, all got just decimated. I mean, we got smashed hard. So when I see that the market is shifting and it's becoming a buyer's market, and you're hearing numbers like this is at no other point since Redfin began tracking in 2013 have sellers outnumbered buyers by such a large percentage. Right now, 33% more sellers than buyers.
And in the Valley, almost 2 to 1.
That's crazy to me. That's crazy. So I'm thinking, are we on the precipice of a collapse again? Not if you look at the house prices.
No, definitely not. And as I dove into the numbers as you did as well, Redfin, as you mentioned, they brought a lot of this data out there. They also believe that there's only going to be about a 1% dip by the end of the year in terms of prices.
Well, so, that doesn't sound like a collapse.
No. So prices aren't going to plummet anytime soon here, even as we have way more people looking to sell than buy.
Yeah. All right. What is continuing to hold people back? Well, some of that mortgage hangover stuff that
Big
we've
time.
talked about. They say, however, that the mortgage rate lock-in effect is what they call that. The lock-in effect, if you're unfamiliar, is somebody like Joe who bought his house a few years back, and you got at that 3.5% or 4% or something.
Right about 3% interest rate.
Wow, great. So you're going, I don't want to give that up.
No, where am I going to move?
So much of my money is going to my house and not to the bank. That makes me feel good.
No,
right?
I've got a roommate now who's looking at moving out, and he's looking at a much smaller house with a monthly payment that will be twice as big as mine.
Wow.
And I feel bad for him, but I feel good for me.
Of course you do.
And
you're not going anywhere because why would you give that up?
If I was to move to a similar house, all things being equal, I'm probably going to pay double for it after the mortgage.
At some point, though, if you are a home buyer or you need to move, I mean, people have to move for one reason or another. And at some point you go, I sure would love to have that rate a little bit lower, but like I've told you, I'm holding out for 5% or below.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're going to be holding out a while.
I may be holding out for a while, or maybe I'm going to have to adjust what I accept, right? And that's starting to happen. According to some experts, the elevated mortgage rates are becoming the norm. And they say the idea of taking on a higher mortgage rate isn't as shocking as it was when rates first skyrocketed in 2022. Is this sort of that, what do they call it, the boil the frog effect? Right? If you throw a frog into boiling water, it'll jump out. If you slowly heat up the water around the frog will boil to death, which is the most morbid example of getting used to things. But it works, I guess. And I just think we basically got thrown into the boiling pot of water, right? So as we got thrown in, we went, this is terrible. But now we've been here a while and we're starting to adjust. Let's make it not quite so animal abusey. It's sort of like if you're in the bathtub and it starts to feel cold, you add hot water and you go, But if you're just getting into the bathtub, into a hot bath, and you dip your toe in, that's too hot. You got to get used to it a little bit. We're starting to kind of get used to it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the map here, too, in terms of where the sellers and the buyers are.
Okay.
In the South, a lot more people looking to sell than to buy, too. And I find that interesting, that as you go more towards the Midwest and the East Coast, the numbers tend to even out a lot more. And even in like Northern California, the numbers even out. But if you look through the Valley, Texas, Florida, a lot more people looking to sell than to buy. Does that say anything to you?
I think that's more of a migration question. And I don't really know how to read into that, because what we've seen is over the last 5 years, migration in the United States has largely gone to the Sunbelt states. And now what we're seeing is more sellers in the Sunbelt states. And you might say, well, that's because sellers are trying to take advantage of the market. But they're not selling the houses. The reason that there's more sellers is because buyers just aren't there. So there's nobody to try to say, whoa, I might as well get what I can out of my house right now. Now, maybe some people are feeling like we're on the back side of the seller's market and they can try to make a bunch of money before things drop off. But I got to tell you, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to see that Florida and Texas, more than any other state, have the metros with the highest number of sellers versus buyers. That it really stumps me.
Yeah, and you've got...
And I can make up reasons for just about anything.
And you've got the Vegas area, you've got the Valley, same kind of thing. Double the amount of sellers to buyers, where it's way more in the South and in the not the far West, but in the West as well.
I'm also interested in seeing that the place that's a little bit lagging on this, where it's still a seller's market, is New York and the New York metro area. When we saw the work from home move around the pandemic, people were leaving the large metros, right? They were leaving New York and they were going to Florida. That's when you had a lot of buyers. Now, it seems that we've got a migration back to New York. And so maybe to explain some of the sellers right now is that jobs are moving back to places that they had been in the past. I can't exactly explain it.
I think some of it's that. I think also with New York and much of the East Coast, you have a supply issue as well. There just ain't land to put to put houses there as well. So you've got kind of what you've got.
You're right.
So you're limited in terms of here in the Valley. We know that they are still building a lot of new homes. Vegas, same thing. You're seeing new builds go up, not at a rapid pace like we saw in 08, 09, 07, but you're still seeing a lot of new builds out here.
Mark Stapp is the executive director of the Master of Real Estate Development program at ASU, and he, however, according to an interview with Axios, was skeptical that there are, as Joe mentioned, twice as many sellers as buyers in Metro Phoenix. He said there are about 26,000 houses currently for sale in the Valley. That does not count new construction. He said the market is still out of whack to some degree. It hasn't really corrected itself. We need 5 or 6 months of inventory for this to be a real buyer's market. He says we're at about 3.5 months of inventory right now. Home prices are not falling. They're just getting more realistic compared to high prices that sellers had been seeking. And that we're still likely to see modest increases of about 3% in the Phoenix area. Now, I had heard that some of the home prices were falling 3 to 5%. He says, we're actually going to see them go up a little bit more. So
and Redfin estimates down 1%.
So regardless of who you're listening to, we're not losing 20% in the next year.
No.
So if you're a homeowner like you are, Joe, you're not going to lose a bunch of the equity in your home here in the next year, unless something crazy happens. And we'll always put that caveat. A curveball could happen. We could have natural disaster or a war breakout that changes everything.
I really don't care unless I lose my job and would need to move. I'm pretty locked in because of that low mortgage interest rate that I like where I'm at and I like my house. So in the next several years, let's say the next 5 to 10 years, market can go way down, market can go way up. It really doesn't mean much to me. I'm just chunking away money at the mortgage.
And you're still at that 3%.
Yep.
Good on you. Hey, you keep hearing about the housing market shifting to favor the buyers, and now more people are jumping into the market and learning about the hard truths of what it really takes to be a homeowner. Before you max out your budget, you're going to want to hear about what else you should be planning on. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The National Guard and the Marines have been sent in by President Trump into Los Angeles, where immigration protests and demonstrations are in their 5th day. Could the same break out here in Phoenix? If so, the Phoenix Police Department will be ready. That's the word from City Councilman Kevin Robinson, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show officers have already been speaking with those who would lead any demonstrations.
The conversations have always gone on, and they're going on now, and it is, I think, a really good way for policing to move forward in our communities.
Robinson says the department's strategy will be dictated by whatever the situation is on the ground. He says those who choose to participate in protest won't run into any trouble if they follow the law, while those who don't will be held accountable for their actions. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Avondale on the I-10, you've got a crash and a medical emergency at Dysart Road. That's on westbound I-10. And also reports of a dead animal near the road in I-17 northbound at the Maricopa Freeway. A crash with a motorcycle just reported on 46th Street. That's north of McDowell and just north of the 143. And in Glendale, a crash at 51st Avenue and Camelback. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
82 tonight and 108 degrees tomorrow, Thursday, and up to 109 on Friday. It's 106, though, right now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
It's Gatos. Is President Trump going after Democratic governors when it comes to immigration raids? First California. Is Arizona next? We're going to ask Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. Her exclusive interview, 5:30 sharp. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Looking forward to what the governor has to say on Outspoken this afternoon. Chris and Joe Show right now. On air, online, on the KTAR News app. Joining us is a home lending expert from Bankrate, Linda Bell, as we were talking about this becoming a buyer's market, and especially in Phoenix above most other markets nationwide. Linda, my co-host here, Joe, he's got a roommate who is considering moving out, and he says he's got a $300,000 budget, and he can't wait to just max that out. And Joe warned him, bud, you probably want to hold back a little bit. There may be something you're not planning on. Are a lot of home buyers finding out about the some of those hidden costs right now?
Yeah, a lot of homeowners are finding out about these hidden costs, and they're not quite hidden, right? Because most people know that you have to pay property taxes, you have to pay your mortgage, you have to pay all these things when you buy a home, but we call them hidden because they're costs that people are not really budgeting for, and it's about $21,000 more than that we estimate here at Bank Rate, and that accounts for things like maintenance, which is almost $9,000 a year, property taxes, utilities, and energy. That's about $4,000 each. Homeowners insurance, more than $2,000. Internet and cable, about $1,500. So a lot of homeowners, unfortunately, are not properly budgeting for this when they buy a home.
So you're talking about $21,000 a year, not $21,000 in things like closing costs. You're talking about an extra 21 grand. Wow. So
Yes, $21,000 a year. Yeah.
So that is almost $2,000 onto what you might be thinking of as a basic payment, which is simply, your mortgage and interest rate and whatever else, right? When you're shopping for that home.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Homeowners kind of take into account the mortgage payment and say, oh, I can buy a $300,000 home. I can afford the $2,000 a month mortgage payment. But then you have to take in all these other extra costs because we've written a lot about this on Bank Rate about people being house poor, right? You buy a house and you kind of go right to your limit and you think, I'm going to afford that monthly mortgage payment because most people take out a fixed mortgage. And then, so that's fixed for 30 years if you stay in your home for that long. But all these other costs just keep rising, and homeowners really need to figure that out.
Linda Bell from Bank Rate, she's a home lending expert, joins us right now. And Linda, obviously, if I move, I'm gonna want to buy some new stuff, furnishings. I see that could be as much as about $16,000. Moving fees can obviously get pricey. The further you're moving, the more you're going to spend. Could be $5-6 grand. What are some of the costs that are the biggest as we look year to year? Is it maintenance? Is it repairs? Is that the biggies?
Oh, yes, that definitely is the biggie. And it has a lot to do with inflation, right? The inflation and the tariffs and things like that as the cost of goods and services just keep on increasing. And the thing is that there are a lot of aging homes here in the market, right? Homes that are more than 40 years old. So with that comes extra maintenance, and you may have to replace your roof or maybe a new HVAC or maybe other things that you need with that house. So that's a big portion of that, about $9,000.
Linda Bell, Bank Rate home lending expert. Linda, is there kind of a secret formula? Whenever I think of buying a house, I think of my high school econ teacher told me about the rule of 29. Spend 29% of your gross income on your home. But maybe it should be a little bit less than that if I have all of these other costs I'm not factoring in. Is there a simple way to remember this? As I'm shopping and I'm going on, Redfin or Zillow or wherever?
Yeah, you definitely should. You definitely should need to plan for savings, right? When you buy a home, as I mentioned, don't just take into account that monthly mortgage payment. So you typically should be saving about 1 to 4% of the value of your home in an emergency fund. And for that emergency fund, I recommend not a regular bank account that you'd find at the local bank. Definitely a high yield savings account. That way you're making more, your money's making more for you, and you can get some extra savings that you can put forth and automate your savings. That's a great tip. Don't just say, well, maybe I'll put, $20 here, $20 there. If you make it automatic, you're not really thinking about it. It's automatically going into your savings account. And then that way you can kind of shore up some money in case the unexpected happens.
Talking with Linda Bell from Bank Rate home lending expert. So Linda, what are some of the others that you haven't hit on yet in terms of if I'm getting ready to buy that house, the mortgage, the total price of the house, and the down payment? Those are the obvious ones. We know the repairs, the things like that. What are some of the others that you feel like people don't think about that? You said we want to avoid being house poor.
Yeah, definitely. Homeowners insurance is a big one, especially depending on where you live. A lot of people are paying more for homeowners insurance, especially areas in the country that have extreme weather events, right? So we're talking about the middle part of the country, especially that area, is experiencing these high costs as it relates to homeowners insurance. And then also property taxes. Unfortunately, I live in New Jersey. My state is the biggest offender when it comes to high property taxes. Also, states like Hawaii and California. So you need to kind of budget for that because even with property taxes, you can appeal if you get a high assessment for your property tax. But a lot of people are kind of stuck with these high rates, and you can't avoid them. You can't say, well, I don't want to pay my property taxes. If you say that, then your home's going to be foreclosed on.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have internet and cable, but
Okay. No, I think that's
you
a
have to
great
pay those
point.
property taxes.
You made a really great point earlier when you said that so many of these other costs are not locked in. Our mortgage may be fixed for 30 years, but property taxes are going up. The cost of the insurance is going to go up. Everything else is going up. Are there any tips for saving? I mean, do I have to go without internet and cable, or can I shop around for? Obviously, I can't shop around for property taxes, right?
Oh, you can't shop around for property taxes, but
That'd
you
be
can
nice.
appeal.
Okay.
You can appeal. If you say if you should get a notice in the mail, typically depending on where you live across the country, you can get a notice in the mail that says, okay, this is the value of your property. So let's say it says your value is $500,000, and you haven't done any upgrades. Your home is kind of not in the best condition.
Yeah.
You can actually appeal. So you just have to make sure that you don't miss the appeal window, which can be short, about 20 to 60 days. So make sure you don't miss that in terms of appealing the property taxes. But you can shop around in terms of internet and cable. You can shop around in terms of utilities, depending on where you live. Some places, because of regulations, they may have more than one utility provider.
Okay.
But it's always the best thing to shop around whenever you can.
Hey, we know it's a buyer's market right now. The hidden costs of buying a home. Thank you so much, Linda Bell, the Bankrate home lending expert. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah. I like Linda's advice there when she was talking about you could appeal your property taxes, and all you have to do is just say, hey, my house is a dump.
Yeah.
How dare you say I got to pay more? I've maintained a dump.
I've maintained this garbage can.
That's right.
For years.
How dare you raise my property taxes? Look at this trash pit.
Let's go. Let's pay less. Hey, school's out, and for many Arizona kids, that means they'll have fewer meals available to them. Together, we can make a difference. Join KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos in supporting St. Mary's Food Bank through their fundraising campaign in the month of June. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate. $1 provides 5 meals. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate and be outspoken against hunger.
The other stories you need to hear today are all about sacrifice. Sacrificing for success, sacrificing for a greater cause, sacrificing just for fun. See if it's worth it. And the headline volley next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
June, it's Men's Health Month. Let me hit you with some tough truths, guys. Heart disease and cancer, the top 2 killers of men. And most of the time, you won't even feel it coming. 1 in 2 men are going to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. Heart attacks, most are silent and deadly. Here's the thing, though. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. They're high-accuracy CT scans. They're fast. They're painless. They could literally save your life. I got mine. The peace of mind that came with it, priceless. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. And right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. 60% of men say they don't go to the doctor unless something feels wrong. But by then, it could be too late. And when a husband or father gets sick, it rocks their whole family. Be the guy who gets ahead of it. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to Lifeguard Imaging today or call that phone number, 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Need a new podcast to binge while you're on summer road trips? Check out Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead. Conversations with former D-backs player Luis Gonzalez, businessman, philanthropist, former Suns owner Jerry Colangelo, the legendary voice of the Phoenix Suns, Al McCoy. Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead. Get it wherever you get your podcasts or at KTAR.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The 250th anniversary commemoration of the U.S. Army will be marked in a parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. But today, President Trump addressed soldiers at North Carolina's Fort Bragg Army Base. He digressed from his historical notes and called out the state government in California to say a foreign invasion was underway there as protests continue for a fifth day over ICE raids in downtown Los Angeles.
We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. And that's what they are.
President Trump then accused the Biden administration of allowing undocumented people into the country, leading to the protests.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
A visitor from Down Under is learning from the Valley's response to heat and homelessness. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us live from the News Center with more.
Yeah, Becky, today leaders at Valley nonprofit Circle the City met with John Swain, who is here from Sydney, Australia, to learn about two issues affecting many cities and towns.
LA, Austin, Houston, Phoenix, New Orleans, Washington, New York. And it's just meeting with different organizations and how they interact with homelessness or unhoused populations and heat.
He says Arizona is ahead of the curve on heat readiness, pointing to the Valley's data-driven approach with partners and emphasis on community health care for the unhoused, such as the service provided by Circle the City. He does urge Arizona leaders to form international partnerships on heat responses, calling it a massive health emergency. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona schools may not be receiving all of their allocated state money from the Arizona Department of Education to start off the month.
The department released a statement saying the education budget would be $200 million short until the state budget is passed. In the meantime, schools could get 60% of its basic state aid, with the rest paid after the budget is passed. State Superintendent Tom Horn explains where the budget shortfall came from.
West MEC didn't calculate their budget correctly. Then there was a lawsuit where local tax dollars were collected that shouldn't have been, and they had to be returned.
Save Our Schools Arizona says the shortfall is due to high costs associated with the voucher program, which Horn says only accounted for 20% of the shortfall. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Governor Hobbs will again join Outspoken Live this afternoon, and from the clock ticking on the state budget to protest in Los Angeles, there's lots to talk with her about. You can hear it live right here at 92.3 FM. See it on the KTAR YouTube page at 5:30 this afternoon. Let's get a traffic check with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Avondale, there's a crash with medical emergency at I-10 at Dysart Road on westbound I-10. In Phoenix, a crash at 24th and University. In Glendale, there's one at 43rd Avenue in Glendale. And a crash with a motorcycle to look out for in Phoenix on 46th Street north of McDowell. That's just north of the 143. And in Glendale, a crash at 51st Avenue in Camelback. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After an overnight low of 82, we'll be right back up around 108 for Wednesday and Thursday and 109 on Friday. Currently in Surprise, it's 106 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Congressman Andy Biggs gives us an update on what's happening in Washington. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, and a check on traffic with
what do you got?
Hot Rod Heather Larson. I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm working it.
Needs some workshopping.
Okay, all right. We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Chris.
Yes, sir.
Pro golfer Max Homa split with his caddy, carried his own bag for 36 holes at a recent U.S. Open qualifier. I want to know, have you ever had a moment like this in life or on the job where you've dumped someone mid-show or mid-project, like you're working at home, and you just put all the work on your plate?
That's a good... Never on the air.
Okay.
Never had like a falling out in the air.
With me...
I've only done solo shows, though, so...
Yeah, just give it time. You're going to be like, get out!
Let me see.
Wait till I just, have that stroke on the air. And
I had to fire a production guy one time when I was running a station, and that meant I had to step in and do production for a couple of weeks.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, that was no fun.
What about home repair? Ever anything like that where you were working with one of your kids or with the wife and you just kicked her out and did it all on your own?
No. There have been times, I told you that my dad and I bond over some things, and there are times that I just go, just get out of the way. And I go, you're quit screwing around, let me just do it.
You kind of did that at my place. It definitely helped.
Yeah, I got this, Joe. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
And then I broke your sink.
Hey, you broke it, but made it better.
But I think, I've never done it where I had to finish a whole project by myself. Okay. I don't think so. Have you done that with anybody?
No, I was fascinated with the idea of, the person out there. Obviously, the caddy is supposed to, provide the clubs.
Yeah, what does a caddy do wrong that gets the golfer so mad they'll do it themselves?
I'm assuming has to be gets a distance wrong on a hole, and a golfer either comes up way short or flies it way over.
And blames the caddy.
Yeah.
I don't know this golfer at all. Is he
Max Homa? He's pretty well known.
Is he kind of a hothead, or is he?
No, not that I know of.
Huh.
No.
I wonder how the caddy got the job in the first place then.
I don't know.
Sort of a Happy Gilmore thing, just finds a homeless guy outside.
I don't know. I don't know if this was his regular caddy or if...
I know, but even if the caddy is giving you bad advice, wouldn't you be like, that's terrible advice, I'll take care of the distances, and you're fired after this tournament. But I still want somebody else to carry the clubs for me.
Yeah.
Right?
I would, yeah.
Well, I mean, as a golfer, you still have to maintain your strength
Right.
In order to swing the club after 18 holes, you don't want to be tired from carrying your clubs the whole time.
He must have been pretty ticked off.
You're going to get one of those old man hand carts.
Mm-hmm.
I love those things.
Oh.
I'm just going to push my own cart.
Have you seen, there's some now that are even like remote controlled. You don't even have to push it.
Oh, that's so great.
It's like the Waymo of hand carts.
Oh, that is wonderful.
What do you got?
All right. Our own Joe Huizenga was in Vegas, where police said 2 people were shot dead on the Strip on Sunday night in what they called an isolated incident that sent people running in terror. I actually talked with Joe, by the way, this morning about this, and you said you were remarkably close.
About 5 minutes away. I did not hear gunshots, but was walking to the fountain, got outside, and police tape was up, fountain was turned off, and there were, no exaggeration, probably about 30 cop cars, and the Strip was completely locked down.
So the shooting was supposedly the result of a fight between 2 YouTubers.
As they all are these days.
Sin City Manny Wise and Finny Da Legend. Apparently, they were both restaurant reviewers. Joe, what food is worth dying for?
None.
And might I suggest a Filiberto's breakfast burrito?
No food is worth dying for. I would say that. But
if you're eating food, you have never said, oh, this tiramisu is to die for.
No, I have not. I love food, and it is one of the things that I love to go to Vegas for. I either try to check out a new attraction or eat something new every single time. What are you getting ready to do over there? Or eat something new or go somewhere I've never been before.
Okay.
On this trip, I went somewhere I'd never been before.
Yeah.
I did not eat anything new. I guess I ate new things.
How'd you never been there before? But I see what you mean.
I went to a new attraction. I went to the Mob Museum.
Okay, but
I guess I could go to the same restaurant and get something different.
I see.
But usually I'll go to a new restaurant.
How was the Mob Museum? It was
very cool.
That's neat.
It was very neat.
That's on my list of things to do one of these times I go.
It was very cool. I would say pretty much any museum out there, like you go a lot of times and you're like, it wasn't worth it. This was worth it.
On a scale out of 1 to 5 Filiberto's breakfast burritos, where would you put the Mob Museum?
4.7 Filiberto's breakfast burritos. Hey!
To you, my friend.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I did eat anywhere new.
I saw a very disturbing story this morning. I think it was from the New Times. It said there's a bunch of Filiberto's locations closing, and I had a little bit of a heart attack.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you sure that wasn't heartburn? It was a heart attack?
Could have been.
Okay. I mean, I guess I did.
Well, it wasn't crisis averted. It wasn't the one nearest to me. So,
there you go. There you go.
Okay with that.
Navajo County and state health officials announced 4 cases of the measles yesterday.
Oh, no.
That marks the first cases of the disease in
Here we
Arizona
come, Texas.
this year.
Yeah.
Navajo County Public Health Services, NCPHSD, if you're scoring at home, said the people who tested positive were within Navajo County, they weren't immunized, and had recently traveled internationally. Measles symptoms include fever, cough, runny nose, red or watery eyes, and a rash. Chris, what's the sickest you've ever been? Not the sickest thing you've ever done.
Oh,
think
no,
of
it's
a lot of those.
A lot of things.
The sickest you've ever felt.
Well, it's got to, okay. So I had surgery that went wrong. I've told this story before, about 10 years ago, and then I woke up in ICU. And there's nothing more terrifying than waking up with your wife staring at you. And
like you were not supposed to wake up in the ICU.
No. I was supposed to wake up after it was a big surgery, but it wasn't supposed to be in ICU. And
did you know where you were at all?
No. And my wife is there as I'm starting to wake up, and she looks at the doctor and goes, "He doesn't know, does he?"
Oh my goodness,
yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
You're like, am I missing a leg?
I would have taken a leg. That wasn't the first thing I checked. So recovery on that was a little tough.
Wow.
So
I can imagine.
But I was pretty sick getting up to that point.
He doesn't know, does he? How would you know?
He doesn't know. Well, because I both.
They tell you in surgery? Like, he doesn't know.
Well, she wasn't there
he?
all night. And I did wake up a few times over the night with a breathing tube in still, and that was pretty terrifying. I mean, I knew something was not right when I was kind of coming to, and I had this breathing tube in, and I could see the machines, and I thought, this is not right. But yeah, that. I had a bad stomach, and I had diverticulitis, and I had a really bad stomach infection, so I was not well before that. Otherwise, I got to tell you, Joe, one of the things that you've never experienced, and I'm going to guess you never do. You've never been a drinker. You've never drank.
I think I had one sip.
A sip
when I was
of alcohol.
Before I got my stomach illness.
There is nothing worse than poison-related illnesses like alcohol.
I've never.
I mean, when you drink yourself
thrown up,
to the,
obviously.
Right, but when you drink yourself to that point of throwing up, and then you have the most murderous headache throughout the night and into the next day, and you cannot hydrate fast enough.
But isn't that
inflicted?
Yeah.
But it's still sick. You ask how sick. That's a pretty... It is completely self-inflicted. It is completely controllable, and still people do it to themselves all the time. It's a horrible feeling. So
believe me,
consider yourself smart.
I used to see it about every other weekend in my house with my current roommate.
Oh.
And he would add on to it some other self-medicating that he would do as well.
Well, that's helpful, though, isn't it?
I don't believe it was in his case. Because I would hear him... vomiting in the middle of the night. I think it was just a bad mix of alcohol and other things.
That's a bad trip. Don't do that stuff.
No, no.
All right, you heard the boys of Outspoken talking about the mayhem in Los Angeles yesterday from the comfort of their air-conditioned studio. Some of the reporters on the scene there are putting themselves in harm's way, and you're about to find out which reporter actually got shot. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institute's in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30-second, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR, News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Some high tension in Peoria for a short time today after federal agents were seen in the area of 6th and Peoria Avenues.
We don't want this to turn violent because we don't want the Donald Trump regime to have an excuse to send the Marine Corps down here, to send, the National Guard over here and turn this into a police state the way they're trying to do in LA.
That's Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common Defense, who spoke with our partners at ABC 15 shortly after arriving in the neighborhood. Peoria police tell us the operation was part of a drug investigation, not an immigration case. We're told one person was taken into custody after assaulting a sergeant who was not seriously hurt. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for a road check. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a backup on northbound 17. That's starting a little bit around Indian School Road, and that's due to a car fire at I-10 northbound and Camelback. And a couple new accidents to report on the city streets. We have one at 27th Avenue and Glendale, and another accident in Peoria at 75th Avenue and Northern. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
At America Roofing, once a request for service is placed, you'll be assigned a sales professional who will meet with you. The salesperson will then give you quotes that are related to a good, better, best scenario. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner at no hassle to the homeowner, as the job site will always be left in a clean manner. We'll take the very best care of you. We've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now.
Happy Tuesday, and Governor Hobbs joins us in studio just as Axon and Scottsdale break up. Again, what can she do to make sure they play nice for the good of Arizona? Governor Hobbs joins us at 5:30 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Tomorrow on the show, so far, ICE protests around the valley have remained mostly peaceful. There are signs, though, that we might be the next tinderbox ready to ignite.
Makes you wonder if Phoenix could be the next place the military is sent. How well would that go over with Arizonans who want a smaller government, but also want to curb illegal immigration? It's on the next Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
That's how it's done, Gatos.
I don't really like that promo.
You don't like that promo?
No, I don't like it.
Just that or the way we do it? Because I don't really like doing it live.
Chris read it pretty well. You
please, I'm a disaster.
Totally.
I learned from you.
Constantly.
It's a miracle I can read it all.
Fellas, how we doing today?
We're doing very well, my friend. They're Gatos star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. I know you guys talked a little bit about the LA riots. I don't know if we call them riots, protests, whatever it was, yesterday. Did you see that Australian journalist got shot in the leg with a rubber bullet?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I did. I thought that was happened on Sunday. Is it Sunday or Monday?
Yeah, I think it's Sunday, yeah.
You know, some people are saying that one of the police officers shot it right at her.
Yeah.
I just don't buy that. I can't see, there was a lot of that on social media. It's hard to see the police officer aiming at a reporter, and you would obviously hope that wasn't the case. And I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It wasn't on
if you see something about this stuff on social media, just ignore it. Just all of it is just garbage.
It's not real life, obviously.
It's not. And News Nation is doing a pretty good job of covering it. I like their coverage. News Nation really strives hard to not give you the biased coverage at all. So I really like they've been doing a really great job. Is there a limit for you? I was talking with Balin Overstolz, our reporter, and I said, have you ever been I was talking with another guy who got tear gassed in this whole mess on Sunday as well. And I said, have you ever been tear gassed? He says, no, that's on my bingo card. I haven't covered that one yet. So, I mean, what's your limit? You're a dedicated journalist. If you're covering a story and all of a sudden tear gas comes out, are you packing up or are you sticking around there until you can't breathe anymore?
I have never for one day been a journalist. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Are you crazy over there? Are you serious?
If tear gas came out, there is no way Gatos would say, I'm going in, coach.
Yeah. I've said this for years. I don't need to go and cover a war. Yeah. I don't want to go cover a war. I don't want to go and cover protests. No. I never wanted to do that. I'm an entertainer. And I like to sit here for 3 hours and run my mouth. And if you want to listen, I think that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty happy.
If it starts popping off downtown here and we say, we got to be in the middle of the action.
It's not my job.
We're going to be doing this. Chris and Joe show. We're going to be live.
You can do that. You can do that. I think that's fine. But we have reporters that are aimed to do that. I'm not.
Did you hear when he said that's fine?
You can do it.
He almost said, you can do that. That's stupid. He caught himself. He said, you can do that. That's fine.
I heard the tone in his voice. It was very clear. Hey, moron, get out there.
I don't know. I'm never going to be the one to do that. That's not the way I do my show. I sit here, it's air conditioned, and if you want to listen, I think it's fantastic.
We're going to have some KTAR branded gas masks. Wouldn't that be fun? You guys have the governor on again
We have
tonight.
the governor 5:30 sharp. 5:30 sharp. 5:30 sharp. Obviously, we're going to talk about L.A. We're going to talk about what she would have done.
Okay,
if Trump did did this in Arizona.
I just wonder how close we are to seeing it. I mean, there was a mess in Peoria today, I think.
There was a raid in Nebraska, major raid earlier today, an immigration raid in Nebraska. And that's a red state, by the way.
Yeah, and I saw
not a blue state.
They hit Orange County there in Southern California, which is very Republican-y. Right. So I was surprised to see that as well. I guess, I'm also always curious about when they're going to actually go after the employers.
Bruce mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, when do you go after the meat packing plants and the farmers and things like that?
That's what they did in Nebraska.
They went after the actual employers?
They did. No, they went after the people.
The people.
And the employer said, I e-verified everybody. They had fake numbers, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That was what he said.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to your show.
Okay, guys.
I'm looking forward to hearing that. The governor, 5:30 sharp on Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Joe Izinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com, and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at hometap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's hometap.com.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed like, 3 out of 4 summers? What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army will be marked in a parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Today, though, President Trump addressed soldiers at North Carolina's Fort Bragg Army Base. And during his speech celebrating the history of the armed services, he said the nation is currently undergoing a foreign attack. Days after deploying the California National Guard to downtown Los Angeles as protests continue for a 5th day over ICE raids. And implied these protesters had financial support.
And attempting to infiltrate and occupy federal buildings wearing armor and face shields. The best money can buy, somebody's financing it. We're going to find out through Pam Bondi and Department of Justice who it is. They're already on it. Who's financing all this equipment? Very professional.
President Trump also accused the Biden administration of allowing undocumented people into the country, leading to the protest. A Phoenix City councilman and former member of the Phoenix Police Department has some advice for anyone who might think of joining any local demonstrations, should they happen.
If they're participating in a protest, abide by the rules. You know what they are. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't step out of those boundaries.
Kevin Robinson tells the Mike Broomhead Show those who choose violence will be identified and will be held accountable for their actions. He says officers have been in contact with those who would lead protests and have been explaining what the law is to them. In Tempe, the City Council has adopted new heat safety standards so outdoor workers are protected in these high temperatures.
The new standards are required for city departments and contractors who work for the city. They include written heat safety plans, access to water and shade within a quarter-mile of work zones, 10-minute breaks every 2 hours when temperatures are above 100, and others. Some of the rules will start in 30 days. The rest take effect September 1st. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
You can read more about it at KTAR.com.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
Today, leaders at Valley nonprofit Circle the City met with a visitor from Australia. John Swain is here from Sydney to learn about the Valley's heat and homelessness response.
I met with Arizona University yesterday. I'm meeting with the Office of Heat tomorrow. But I guess the learnings from the Arizona Heat team is around data integration and bringing community together.
He says Arizona is ahead of the curve on heat readiness, but urges local leaders to form international partnerships on heat responses, calling it a massive health emergency that will only be getting worse.
Arizona votes.
State Senator Jake Hoffman is again pushing candidates in an Arizona political race, this time backing state reps Ralph Heap and David Marshall for seats on the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Two candidates that say no to double-digit rate hikes. Two candidates that say, you know what, we shouldn't approve a policy-making, a rate-making formula that causes and allows for automatic rate hikes on the people of Arizona.
Just weeks ago, the conservative Republican-backed state treasurer Kimberly Yee's challenge against fellow Republican Tom Horn in the race for superintendent of public instruction. Governor Katie Hobbs will again join Outspoken live this afternoon. And from the clock ticking on the state budget to the protest in Los Angeles, there's lots to talk with her about. You can hear it live right here on 92.3 FM. You can see it on the KTAR YouTube page at 5:30 this afternoon. Time right now to get you going, heading for home or wherever. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Cordis Junction, we have a closure right now on southbound I-17. It's closed near Cordis Junction. According to ADOT, there is a crash at milepost 263. In Phoenix, we've got a car fire on northbound Camelback. Now, that backup from Camelback extends all the way to the stack. In Peoria, there's a crash at 75th Avenue in Northern. In Glendale, a crash at 27th Avenue and Glendale. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
82 and clear skies tonight, then up to 108 Wednesday and Thursday and 109 on Friday. We could see 110 or better over the weekend. In Laveen, right now it's 108. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
A lot of people will tell you that's the best of the hours.
Okay, man. We got a ton going on.
There's a lot.
What's happening at 5:30?
The governor will be joining us. Governor Katie Hobbs, 5:30 sharp on the dot. Set your watch by it. We will have the governor in studio. And boy, there's a lot going on with her as well. We got some serious questions regarding immigration and some of her vetoes.
Yeah, I mean, we speculated yesterday, are some of these protests coming to Arizona? Now they're nationwide. And it seems that anytime ICE is called or you see anybody in an official, I don't know, federal uniform or what have you, a protest breaks out.
Seems that way.
Okay, so we had something go down in Peoria.
Correct.
You and I are trying to learn about it as the day goes. Tell me what you saw, and then we'll go from there.
So apparently earlier this morning, there was a warrant executed on a residence in Peoria.
Okay.
By HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. That was according to them, it was a drug warrant of some sort. It was not an immigration raid. They weren't going after people. That's not what it was.
But protests broke out.
But people thought because HSI was involved with Peoria Police. There was a large presence that something like that was going on. It drew a crowd. It got physical at one point, and it looks like some people got arrested.
All right, let's find out what happened in Peoria. Who better to talk to than the mayor of Peoria? Jason Beck joins us. Mr. Mayor, welcome back to the show. How are you today?
Well, it could be better, I guess, at this point, right?
Was I relatively accurate in explaining what happened?
Extremely accurate. We're finding out that one of our officers was in an altercation with an individual on scene. They are trying to incite. They have this group that's more of a black bloc. If you go back to the old Antifa of 2020. And this black bloc is essentially trying to incite a riot or incite or entice officers that are in these situations to a confrontation. And one of the individuals that was arrested this afternoon, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's more coming.
Okay.
You don't touch one of our officers in the city of Peoria and think that you're going to get away with it. And it should be like that in every city in the United States. But we're not going to put up with it. So it could. One of our officers could have been extremely injured in this situation. He was surrounded by multiple people in this situation, and but this had nothing to do with an ICE or an immigration raid. It had everything to do with a drug warrant that was done by HSI.
Got it.
So
you're ticked off. I can tell you are. No, and hey, listen, I get it.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express. And I know that's probably not the best word for it, but the issue is our police officers are out there trying to protect our citizens. And this individual that was arrested on a federal warrant for drug sales and distribution. And that's going to be a federal case. That has nothing to do with what goes on with City of Peoria. Our job is to actually make sure that the public is safe, that our citizens are safe. And if an incident happens in our city, our job is to make sure that our citizens are safe in that situation. And, our kids are affected, our schools are affected. This person is a bad person that was taken off the street. And the fact that there's politicians around this state, including a liberal county board of supervisors for Maricopa County that was actually evidently at the scene trying to incite these issues. I'm pissed. And
hang on. So hold on. There were politicians that were inciting what was, and by the way, we're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck.
Yeah.
There were politicians that were at this incident that were inciting violence. Who was there?
Well, they're inciting the situation. My understanding is Representative Gallardo was actually at this scene, and he actually spoke to Fox News today about it, evidently. And I just got this issued statement saying that he stated that he was on scene. And the problem is, and then we also had another council member from the city of Phoenix that did social media posts trying to say what was going on in Peoria. All of that is to try to get people to go to these situations.
Mm-hmm.
These are not ICE raids. These are misinformed politicians that should be taking care of their citizens instead of actually trying to hurt police officers. Yeah. Our police officers are here to protect our citizens.
Yeah.
And they're out there doing the job, not knowing what's coming next, constantly. You look at what just happened at Apache Junction, and we lost a police officer. My worst nightmare is one of our officers getting hurt, let alone being killed. And the fact that they're bringing people or inciting people to come out and actually try to impede their job of taking care of our citizens or making sure that a drug dealer or a drug distribution is taken off the street it needs to change. And the problem is that we have people that are trying to play politics in this situation instead of actually trying to take care of their citizens. This is not right.
Go ahead, sir. Finish. I apologize.
Well, it's the problem is that we keep seeing this all over. We saw this in Los Angeles. We keep seeing this. We saw this in 2020 with people just trying to come out. I understand that people are frustrated and just in life in general, and I understand it. If you lose a race, people get frustrated. That's not the reason why they should be trying to take on police officers or touch police officers. When one of our officers puts hands on somebody to arrest them, and I've got video of 3 or 4 other people in the scene, we all see it on Twitter. When those other people touch that police officer and we find out who they are, they're going to get charged. They're going to get hooked up. The problem is there's people that are getting paid to do this. So we're seeing that actually social media, these groups are putting money out there of $5,000 and $10,000 a week for people to go actually and follow HSI, follow federal agents, and try to incite these types of situations. We're seeing that right here in Arizona as of today, and it's going to get worse if we don't cut its head off first. We have to stop this stuff, and politicians that are there for their own political gain to try to garner more votes or to try to pander to one side or the other. They need to do the right thing. Our officers, our firefighters, our public safety officials come first. Yeah. Do not touch one of my employees. Do not touch one of my police officers. Do not touch one of my firefighters.
We're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck. And Mayor, how, maybe you can help me understand because I don't. So you guys are there to support Homeland Security investigations, HSI, while they're executing a warrant in Peoria for a drug charge, unrelated to immigration. How are people showing up? Roughly 50 people, I don't know if that's an accurate number, who showed up to protest. How are they showing up so quickly to kind of a random address, Peoria and 67th? Explain that to me.
So my understanding is what's happening is these people are trying to follow federal vehicles, and they're trying to connect federal vehicles and automatically believing that it's going to be an ICE raid.
Okay.
And what's happening is when they follow that and they actually try to think that a city vehicle. Imagine if a SWAT team leaves our city facility, as an example, and somebody follows that and all of a sudden starts posting those types of hits on social media. What ends up happening? Well, now you're telling criminals that, hey, a heads up, the police are coming to this situation to actually bust somebody. We're not talking about somebody. I mean, I've seen what this person is being charged with already. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it, but I can tell you this person is a bad person that put drugs on the street and in a major way, and we do not want that person in our community. I don't care if that person is legal or not legal. What I care about is that we're taking drugs off the street as a mayor in my city, making sure that our kids are safe and our citizens are safe. Our police officers are there to conduct a assist in that situation, what would be classified as a cordon force, making sure that other individuals are protected, meaning the federal officers, while they're conducting that raid or that warrant in this situation, that other people don't end up getting onto them or trying to impede their situation. And because that event happens in our city. That happens in every single city in the United States.
Right.
Police officers and federal agents, FBI, HSI, Secret Service, we've had it all. Every city does. And our job is to make sure that those federal agents have local cover in that situation to make sure that they're protected and that making sure that they can focus on their job and taking care of our citizens. That's a simple fact. It happens every single day, 1,000 times a day, all across the nation. It is not all ICE raids. And the issue is that that is our job. That's our duty to do that. That's our duty to protect our citizens. It's a duty to protect our city. And then all of a sudden, these people come out that are very, very well coordinated and trying to impede and not only touch our police officers, they actually assaulted one of our police officers. I've got video of the person that was arrested, literally trying to throw kicks, try to throw punches on one of our police officers.
No, you can watch the video. There's no doubt that people were getting physical, no doubt.
We're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck. Mr. Mayor, a statement from Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell. Quote, an attack on a police officer is never appropriate. These men and women risk their own lives and safety to do the job we've asked them to do. This afternoon, people in the area of 67th Avenue made a bad decision, and an officer was hurt. So this is obviously becoming a bigger story. Assaulting an officer is outrageous.
Agreed.
We saw it happen at times in Los Angeles with some of the chaos. Now it has come to Peoria, Arizona. Bruce, read the mayor what Phoenix PD is saying, because I think this is interesting to ask him about Peoria PD.
Yeah, because, and apparently unrelated, Phoenix Police Department released a statement about an hour ago that makes the point that the Phoenix Police Department is not involved in federal immigration enforcement activity. Is Peoria Police involved in federal immigration enforcement activity?
Nobody is involved in federal immigration. We don't do raids for immigration. The issue is if there's a federal agency, including the city of Phoenix, and if they're not doing this, they're looking at it the wrong way. If there's a federal agency doing a raid in your city, you should be supporting them from a public safety standpoint. They are federal police officers. So I don't care if they're doing a bench warrant, if they're doing a drug warrant, no matter what it is, our job is to make sure that they are safe in that situation.
So to give them cover, as you
what
said
it does is it
before,
takes
right?
care of our citizens.
You're there to back them
We're
up.
not. We're pure backup. That's our job whenever these situations happen. And it doesn't matter if it's FBI, Secret Service. I mean, we've had Secret Service do raids. We've had U.S. Marshals do raids. All these are criminals from that standpoint, right? It's not our job as public servants to judge what the law is doing. That's a completely different branch. And our job is to make sure that we're supporting our fellow men and women in blue, making sure that if they're a law enforcement function, that we're taking care of, because it also is the responsible aspect to take care of our citizens at that same time. But what we can't stand for is politicians all over the state, specifically in Maricopa County or Phoenix, because I saw the post from a Phoenix councilwoman stating these types of comments. When people make statements like that and they're not educated about what the actual raid is even about, but yet they're inciting people to go out and actually support this effort, is crazy to me. What happens if one of my police officers gets killed? Who am I going to hold responsible? Because I damn well tell you, I'm coming for them if that's what they do. I'm going to charge. They start inciting some of these people, and they want to play the political game instead of actually doing the right thing for our citizens across the state. And they want to try to incite people. We can hook them and book them just as easily as we can a citizen.
Understood.
They got to stay out of this, and they need to actually make sure that our police officers are safe. And when they incite things like this, and one of our officers, my employees, the people I care about, if one of them gets injured, like potentially today, what if that officer would have gotten killed? What if one of those people would have actually accidentally grabbed their gun? Or what happens when one of these people actually gets seriously injured? Who's going to be responsible? One of these politicians that are running their mouth like this? They need to get their head out of their ass.
Mr. Mayor,
copy that.
Thank you for joining us, and we hope that the officer who got assaulted today is okay.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Peoria Mayor Jason Beck. Wow.
He's fired up.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
This
He's
is a
defending
mayor.
his officers, and the video is unequivocal. The people, some of these protests, not all of them, but some of them decidedly got physical, and it wasn't an immigration issue.
No,
it was a drug-related warrant execution.
Why don't we react a little bit to what the mayor said here in a moment?
Okay, we'll do that. It's coming up. We got to check the headlines first here on KTAR.
All right. Let's talk about Aria Dental Implant Center for just a moment. I'd like you to go and check out and talk to the folks there, especially Dr. Joe. If you have broken or missing teeth, he is the person that can fix your broken or missing teeth. And if you ask, well, how do you go about doing that? It's very simple. You'll get a consultation when you call, mention Gatos, all right? You make an appointment, go and see their business right here in Phoenix, all right? You're going to get a new set of brand new teeth, and it won't take very long. And they do this quickly. They do it effectively. And when you sit down with Dr. Joe, you're really going to feel comfortable about your new life that's about, to take place. You'll smile in pictures again. You'll eat any type of food that you want. Certainly, you'll be able to eat a steak again. Haven't done that in a while, right? Just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:21. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Tensions high in downtown Los Angeles as the California city is forced to have a military presence on its streets. ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is there.
Just moments ago, we learned there was a blow to Governor Newsom, a federal judge rejecting Governor Newsom's bid to block the deployment of National Guard troops and Marines here to Los Angeles. And the protesters, they are not going to be interacting with either the Marines or the California National Guard. That will remain the jurisdiction of local law enforcement.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking your ride this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There is a car fire that happened a little earlier on the northbound lanes of I-10, and that is backing things up from Camelback all the way down to the Stack. And there's a closure to report in Cordis Junction on southbound I-17. That's according to ADOT. There was a crash at milepost 263 there. A crash in Peoria on 74th Avenue and eastbound Northern. A little bit of a backup there again on eastbound Northern, and a crash in Glendale, 27th Avenue in Glendale, and finally in Peoria, a wreck at 107th Avenue and Rose Garden Lane. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Thanks, Heather. Appreciate it. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. I think one of the real concerns, and I think it's a fair concern, is that what happened in Peoria this morning, while ostensibly about protesting immigration enforcement, had nothing to do with it. And we've now taken all law enforcement activity. Well, tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
And we're shining a light on anything law enforcement related is going to draw a protest. And to be clear, what happened this morning in Peoria was HSI, it's Homeland Security Investigations, executing a drug-related search warrant. This was not it was not somebody in the country illegally. It was a drug-related search warrant.
Right.
And still, the call goes out on social media or whatever. And again, you have roughly 50 people show up outside this residence, and you get into I'd say pushing match at some point. I'm not trying to downplay it, but it wasn't a full-on brawl. I wouldn't call it.
Don't put your hands on a cop.
But there's no argument that somebody got physical with a police officer.
Right. Okay. So here is a little bit of audio from the kind of the chaos that erupted in this Peoria neighborhood.
Yeah. And they're surrounding what looks like, and again, the numbers are 3 or 4 police officers. They're attempting to arrest the one person. He's wearing a hoodie or has a hood pulled over his head. And he quite visibly gets physical and puts his hands on a police officer.
Yeah. I mean, we have TV set up in here, too. And I'm watching one guy in, I believe, California. He's hurling rocks. He's in the middle of the road. He's taking rocks and throwing them at cop cars.
As they drive by.
Yeah, as they drive by. And they found that guy.
Yeah.
So this thug who was throwing rocks at law enforcement in California, they nailed him. Listen, some of you and some of us, do we agree with everything that's happening with the immigration raids? Well, some of you agree with everything and some of you don't. It doesn't give you the right to throw rocks at cops. It doesn't give you the right to put your hands on police officers in Peoria. It does not give you the right to burn a car and stand on top of it with your little Palestinian flag and think that you're cool. That's not what we do in America.
Well,
protesting is one thing.
Right.
Throwing rocks, touching police officers, violence, rioting.
Where you cross the line.
No.
Yeah. And again, so what you saw this morning in Peoria was not immigration enforcement that had a protest. It was people who were misinformed,
right,
or made an assumption about what was going on and managed to get physical with police, and had nothing to do with immigration.
Nothing. And even if it did, you don't put your
Still not
hands
an excuse.
on
Fair.
the police.
Fair.
Again, we've said it all the time. Want to go protest?
Yeah.
Great. You have every right to do it peacefully. Once you're not peaceful, you're going to jail.
You break the law, the law will take care of you. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, why are there strangers in your next-door neighbor's pool?
Oh,
and why are they having the time of their lives? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, now is the time to call Howard Air and get your AC checked. Because certainly you're going to be using it the rest of the summer. I looked at the temperatures for the foreseeable future, week and a half. I'm seeing the average of about 110, okay? Now, if you haven't gotten your AC checked by Howard Air and Plumbing, you need to call them today. You need to get on their schedule. They're booking up fast. They're very busy over the summer. This is the company you want to come out and make sure that you have an air conditioning unit that's going to make it through the summer and that's efficient. When you have an efficient AC, after Howard Air and Plumbing gets done with it, you're going to start saving money. Your air conditioner will work properly, okay? If you're going to wait for a breakdown, not smart. What you do is you call Howard Air and Plumbing, you tell them Gato sent you, and you get on their schedule, and you get your air conditioning unit thoroughly checked out, okay? 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tired of taking allergy pills every day to treat your allergies? Aspire Allergy and Sinus has helped thousands who spent years suffering before finally doing something. Like Erin, whose migraines were alleviated almost immediately after her sinus surgery with Aspire. Or Julie, who didn't even realize it was allergy season because she felt so much better after taking her allergy drops. Fixing your allergies is easier than you think it is. Go to aspireallergy.com to set your appointment today. That's aspireallergy.com.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
If you could see the future and saw something bad coming, would you do something to change it? That's exactly what my friends at Lifeguard Imaging do with their high-accuracy CT scans. They can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late, giving you time to take action and do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection. information.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Day 5 of the immigration protest in Los Angeles, where the National Guard and the Marines have been deployed by President Trump. The Los Angeles police are trying to clear the protesters, and now the protests are beginning to spread across the country, from Seattle to Austin to Washington, D.C. And the Phoenix Police Department is ready for any protest here. The word from City Councilman Kevin Robinson, who has a warning for those who might choose to be violent.
Technology is our friend these days, which I think is a really good thing. There's cameras everywhere. When people act out, do things they're not supposed to or they shouldn't do, they're usually on some type of tape. So their identities will be found later, and they will be held accountable for their actions.
Robinson tells the Mike Broomhead Show officers have already been in contact with those who would lead any demonstrations, and they've been explaining what the law is to them. A group of demonstrators quickly gathered in the area of 67th and Peoria Avenues today as a Homeland Security law enforcement operation was playing out. Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common Defense was among those who got there quickly, and he spoke with our partners at ABC 15.
There's nothing wrong, I think, with people coming out and waving that Mexican flag, also waving the American flag, because that's our culture. That's where we're from. And there's nothing wrong with being proud of that.
Peoria police say they were there to provide traffic support, adding that the operation was connected to an investigation, not immigration. One person was taken into custody after a sergeant was assaulted. We're told those injuries are not serious.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Department of Education is currently facing a $200 million shortfall that will result in schools receiving 60% of allocated state funding. State Superintendent Horn explains the rest will be paid after the state budget is passed. Horn explains the shortfall was due to a lawsuit involving tax returns.
Some people think ESAs were a major factor. The ESAs were only 20% of the problem. And it's not really a problem. It's just that more families wanted to do it.
Save Our Schools Arizona says the voucher program is responsible for the short funding. Governor Katie Hobbs will again join Outspoken live this afternoon. And from the clock ticking on the state budget to the protest in Los Angeles, there's lots to talk with her about. You can listen in live right here at 92.3 FM. Watch it on the KTAR YouTube page at 5:30 this afternoon. Let's check the road home now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a new crash at 6th Avenue and Monroe. That's near Van Buren and 7th Avenue. Lots of slowing on Northern this afternoon. At 75th Avenue and eastbound Northern, there's an earlier crash that has slowed things down there, and another slowdown at 67th Avenue and Northern, and that's for Northern westbound. Another crash at 27th Avenue and Glendale, and I-17 northbound, slowing from the stack to Camelback due to an earlier vehicle fire at Camelback, and a closure on I-17 southbound at Cordis Junction. There was a crash earlier at milepost 263. And I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, 82 should be our low temperature, and the heat just keeps on coming. 108 again tomorrow and Thursday, and Friday 109. We could see 110 or better over the weekend. It's 106 right now in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Congressman Andy Biggs gives us an update on what's happening in Washington. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:30.
And please don't forget, we've got Governor Hobbs joining us in less than an hour, 5:30 sharp, on the dot, as we say. The governor will be in here answering questions, and there is no lack of things to talk about.
We're going to start in Peoria, where we just spoke to the mayor of Peoria, and he said that their hands were put on police officers out there.
No, there's video of it.
And we've watched the video.
This isn't, this isn't, it might have happened. No, I saw it happen.
You get a bunch of people that go out there and they think that it's an immigration raid, and it's not. And then they decide that they're going to touch a police officer or try and hurt a police. Yeah. That is BS, man.
Goes too far.
That goes way too far. So we'll see how Hobbs reacts to what happened in Peoria today, because that is a major story.
You've heard a lot of, these days, Airbnb was like the big thing. You can rent your house out. That's how it started before it became all investors literally buying houses to rent out. Have you heard of Turo? Do you know what Turo is? That's where you can rent your car.
Okay.
So, like, you have a car you're not using or whatever, and instead of somebody going to, like, Hertz or Avis, they go to the app, and it's like Airbnb for cars.
Got it.
So is there now Airbnb for your pool?
I've heard of this.
Is this a thing now? You can rent your pool out. So imagine walking into your backyard, and your neighbor's hardly ever in the pool. It's an elderly couple. Last thing they're going to do. And all of a sudden, there's a party going on there. You see beach balls flying. There's people having the time of their lives. Well, maybe they just rented the pool out.
Well, I think it's interesting. I mean, if you're looking for a way to make some money and you have a nice backyard and there are people in the valley that don't have pools, well, you can make some money. Here's the thought, though.
Oh.
And I don't know what exactly the rules are.
Okay.
And I really don't know how much money you can make from this, but I think you can make some decent money.
Depends on how much you rent it out, right?
Do you have to let them in the house?
Where are they going to go to the bathroom?
Don't know, don't care. But do you have to let them in the house? Because
that's different.
I think it's different because you know
because then it's an Airbnb. Now you just rent the whole dang house.
So I've got to leave the house.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I'll tell you what. If I were to rent it, if I were to rent my pool out, I'd stay in the house and make sure everything was okay.
I don't think there's any rule that you would have to leave the house. You could be going about your business. They're playing in the backyard as long as they're not coming in.
But
right?
I don't want them to come in.
Yeah, so the doors are locked.
So
but you're going to have to put a porta potty out there, or you know where they're going to go in the bathroom.
You pay by the hour.
Right.
And by the way, some of these look very hotty-totty.
You can go a couple hours without peeing.
No, but I'm just saying, some of these, like, you can rent a pool in Beverly Hills.
Right.
$60 an hour, $70 an hour.
That's it.
And you can have basically a pool party.
That's fantastic.
You can't have a house party. You don't get the house part. You just get the pool part.
As long as I don't have to let you in.
Me personally or them?
Both.
Okay, fair. I can live with that.
Is this not a lawsuit waiting to happen?
I would think there's a liability issue, but isn't there a liability issue if you rent your house out? Is there a liability issue if you rent your car out? I'm assuming, and by the way, Swimply, get it? Simply?
Yeah.
Swimply is one of the apps that does it. I'm assuming that, they accept the liability just like you would for an Airbnb. I mean, if you rent your house out and somebody falls down the stairs, is that your fault? No.
Yeah,
the Airbnb covers
There
it.
has to be some paperwork here because
There's got to be paperwork.
Because you're right. If somebody hits their head on the pool, somebody dives into the shallow end.
Somebody's not watching their child.
And the kid drowns on your
That's
property.
terrifying.
Not good. I think it's an interesting and clever way to make money. Do I have to provide the towels? I really don't want to do. I don't want somebody's body that I don't know.
I'm looking in Phoenix.
I don't think I like that part either.
Right now, there are hundreds.
Really?
That are available, and they go from as low as $20 an hour all the way up to $100 an hour. What's the one that's $100 an hour?
I'll bet you get fluffy towels.
It's a Glendale Paradise.
And probably a cooler with some beverages in it.
And 64 people have rented this pool before. It tells you how many times it's been rented.
It's been rented 64 times?
64 times people rented a pool in Glendale.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
yeah.
In the one resident?
This one. Yeah.
Residence? Oh, that's interesting.
And you don't know for how many hours. You said been rented 64 times. Could have been rented for 4 or 5 hours each time. You said it was $100 an hour.
$100 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, if you want if you have a kid who wants a birthday party and is 8 years old, and you don't have a pool,
you don't have a pool. You would have a pool party?
Go rent somebody else's pool.
$30 an hour, $40 an hour. You're paying more than that at the Chuck E. Cheese.
That's not bad. You just make you just get a bouncer. You put the bouncer at the front of the pool,
for
and you make every kid pay $30 each.
We have a bouncer at a kid's
That's
party.
what I would do.
I would have a bouncer at a kid's party. Can I be the bouncer at a kid's party? Yeah, I mean, literally, I'm looking on the map here, Gatos. I'm looking all around. Look at right here in our neighborhood. So, yeah, we're, northern in the 51. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 pools right here in the neighborhood that range from $25 to $40 an hour.
I mean, really, I can't think of an easier way to make money for doing nothing.
Especially if you're not using the pool.
If you're doing nothing, yeah.
Your pool, think about this. You own a pool.
Right.
Literally, how many hours a year do you touch the water? Not many.
Right.
I'm just telling you, most people, not many. There are people making money off of that water just sitting there.
We kind of sort of did this last year. Not quite the same way. It was somebody we knew.
Yeah.
They went to have a birthday party, an adult, and we knew them. Our kids knew them. They sent us to a resort for the weekend.
Really?
Oh, my.
Paid for the whole thing.
Yeah.
And they got the pool, backyard, got the house. They could come in.
I found one in my old hood, all white Tukey.
Okay.
So this one's going for $40 an hour. Here's what it comes.
Oh, jeez.
You ready?
All white Tukey.
Up to 50 guests allowed. Restroom available. Dedicated restroom available by the pool. Looks like they have like a casita.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Parking for up to 15 cars.
Oh, that's a big house. You got a casita with the can in there, you're good to go.
$40 an hour?
That's awesome.
I'd rather have that than do you know how much we pay for a pool guy?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, maybe this makes more sense. Oh my goodness. Rent your pool by the hour.
I kind of think it's interesting.
Why can't people rent everything now?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Cars, houses.
I have to do close to nothing here but take money.
There it is.
And not let you in my house to urinate.
Don't forget, we have the governor coming up at 5:30. She will be live in studio. And up next, is your 7-year-old a skincare influencer on TikTok?
Oh, gosh, man.
And if not, why not? We'll talk about them and some of the downside. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, let's talk to some of the guys out there, right? Red Mountain Weight Loss. You can get real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain. So, there are some guys, and some of you suffer from low testosterone, low T. You know, this is something that is happening a lot more stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. You know, it's a serious health concern. Maybe you feel tired or sluggish or you lose mental focus at times. Maybe you have a little trouble in the bedroom. Well, maybe you have low T. It's not a big deal. You go to Red Mountain, they've got the solution. It's a prescription strength testosterone. And increasing your testosterone will give you more energy. It'll build some muscle, help you sleep better. Your mental focus will be better. It'll boost your sex drive. Let's go, fellas. This is something that I think can help you. And I want you to go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Very simple. Tell them Gato sent you. You go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure. What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments, so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The 250th anniversary of the United States Army will be recognized in Washington, D.C. Saturday, and it also happens to be President Trump's 79th birthday. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce says not everyone attending will be in a party mood.
The president has longed for this parade, a show of military might like he's seen from other countries. Sources tell ABC News mounted rocket launchers will be on display, as well as a precision-guided missile. The president with this warning to anyone who might show up to protest.
They're going to be met with very big force.
There are protests planned for the day of the parade around the country.
You know, this is people that hate our country.
Sources tell us it could cost up to $45 million.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the roads for us now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a wreck with a motorcycle in Avondale. That's on westbound I-10 at Avondale. In Cárdenas Junction, there is a closure on southbound I-17. That's according to ADOT because there's a crash at milepost 263. In Phoenix, I-17 is pretty slow from Dunlap all the way down to the Stack due to an earlier car fire that happened at Camelback in the 17. And in Phoenix, a crash at 6th Avenue and Monroe. That's near Van Buren and 7th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and the D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
You've heard from the Republicans who'd like to replace Raul Grijalva in Congress. Tonight at 7, you'll hear from the Democrats. We'll tell you what they said tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, so are you ready for the latest TikTok trend? I'm starting to think, that maybe TikTok isn't the best thing.
I like the TikTok trend where they decided, let's see how close my hand can get to the stove and how long I can take getting burned.
Oh,
that was my favorite. Or
hilarious.
The Tide Pod Challenge was great.
Atlanta.
That was awesome.
Can we just get back to the dances, for goodness sakes?
The dances are fun.
So there's a new study that was published in the medical journal Pediatrics. This is a real medical journal, all right? They analyzed 100 TikTok videos featuring children, some as young as 7 years old, following complex skincare regimens. That's right. They were doing things like peels and vitamin C serum, alpha hydroxy acids, anti-aging retinol, designed for adults with skin problems, not for 7-year-olds.
Bruce, you're looking at this all different.
I'm looking at it wrong?
You're looking at this all wrong.
Okay, do tell.
You know, it's with anything. You got to start your kid out early on
Here we go.
If you want your kid to go to a good college, make sure they start reading early. Maybe take up baseball or softball or some golf. The earlier you start, the better. So I'm just thinking.
So start your skincare regime at 7.
I mean, I think that that's probably what's happening here.
So here's one. And by the way, this stuff is expensive. Did you? I mean, does the Gato's bride tell you how much she spends on
she doesn't
creams
need any of that.
and serums? No, she's
beautiful.
stunning.
She
Don't get me wrong.
Need it. That's what I'm saying.
So in one video, a teenage girl applied about $350 worth of products to her face.
Oh.
At the end, her face was red and inflamed.
Yeah, but sometimes that's okay in certain.
So she said, "This is what my skin looks like. It's very glowy right now."
Yeah.
She then followed up, "I also think I've had an allergic reaction to something I tried. Ignore how red my face is. I don't know what's happening, but if anyone knows how to get to stop burning, that would be greatly appreciated because it hurts."
Those things are harsh. They are harsh.
Some of them are very good for you, though.
Well, you know what? If your skin is not 7 years old or 13 years old.
Yeah, if you have a professional doing it.
They took a look at 82 of these videos of children from 7 years old into their teens that were taking or doing skin regimens to get rid of blemishes. According to the doctors that looked at it, only 8 of them out of 82 actually had any blemishes. They're doing anti-aging and retinol on nearly perfect skin.
Right.
And the concern is you're actually hurting your skin. You're going to have more problems down the road.
I mean, I understand if you're a teenager and you break out and have acne.
Yeah, but that's when you go after the benzoyl peroxide.
Sure.
Remember that?
Right.
Not vitamin C serum and a...
No, I get it.
Who's letting their 8-year-old do this?
No, I don't know. And I don't know who would want their 8-year-old to spend all this money. And how is an 8-year-old even figuring out what's on TikTok? Because, in all honesty, your 8-year-old should not be on TikTok or watching any of that stuff.
Well, that's part of the thing.
True.
No, you're a bad parent.
Ouch.
And somebody's filming this, probably the parent, you think?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, I just, you hand your cell phone to your kid to shut your kid up sometimes. Okay, I get it. But, what we're talking about is applying serious things to children's faces.
True medicine and regimes, and expensive stuff.
The 7-year-old doesn't want to do that. Mom is doing that. Dad is saying, hey, you should do this.
Well, isn't this just part of something deeper? And TikTok is not the reason for it. It's an example of it. That there are beauty ideals,
right?
Perfection that you can achieve if you just do what we say in these videos. That's what they're telling people. And they're telling little girls that, who look at that and say, I want to be perfect too.
I have to do that.
Apparently, I need to rub this on my face or do a chemical peel or all these other things.
Listen, if you're a good parent, you don't give your kid a cell phone, a smartphone, until, you got to wait as long as you can.
You say that. I think, honestly, I've seen some of these young quote-unquote influencers, and there's no doubt parents are involved. And you know what? It strikes me. The parents see them as a money-making tool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're like, what are those parents, like the ones that push their kids to do sports and things? Same thing.
Put them on video.
Pushing their kids to do these videos because there's money in it. I mean, one little girl... She's like 11. She has 1 million views on these little makeup and skincare tips. At 11 years old.
Not good.
Check out the headlines are on the way. Don't forget, Governor Hobbs coming up at 5:30 on the dot. But up next, is sending illegal immigrants to Gitmo a step too far? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, LundMortgage.com. Go to LundMortgage.com. Talk to the experts about purchasing a home. Talk to the experts at the Lund Mortgage team about, getting a mortgage. So here's what's happening in the Valley. It really is a buyer's market. I was just reading an article earlier today. Home prices, there are folks that want to sell their home, and they're dropping the price. And this is the time you get in. We haven't talked about anything like that in years. We haven't seen prices drop. We've seen prices continue to go up. So I know it's hard to time the market, but hello, This is your chance to buy a house. So get the right people in front of you, like the Lund Mortgage team. There are thousands of homes vacant in the Valley. One of them can be yours. Lund Mortgage team, they will get you pre-approved for a loan. They'll take care of it all, get you the lowest rates and fees, hold your hand throughout the whole process. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure. This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants, because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price, with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
This time of year reminds me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield, because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it, because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Most everyone knows us as the homeowner's premier plumbing, heating, and air company that saves you about half the cost. Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. For all you business owners or managers, we're here to serve you too. Commercially licensed and expert trained, we can handle any job, big or small, and of course, at about half the price. PlumSmart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just plumsmart.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Starting in Los Angeles, now anti-ICE protests are popping up at cities across America, including New York City.
Protesters have now stopped traffic in front of an ICE building here in New York City.
chanting "Abolish ICE, ICE" out of NYC. These are the same kinds of protests that have erupted on the streets of Los Angeles. Here, though, the NYPD is standing by. The protesters are loud, but they are peaceful. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
And hundreds of immigration protesters now filling the streets of downtown Chicago. Chicago police have been moving with the protesters in the loop. The Phoenix Police Department will be ready if they come here. That's the word from City Councilman Kevin Robinson, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show officers have already been speaking with those who would lead any demonstrations.
The conversations have always gone on, and they're going on now, and it is, I think, a really good way for policing to move forward in our communities.
Robinson says the department's strategy will be dictated by whatever the situation is on the ground. He says those who choose to participate in protest won't run into any trouble if they follow the law, while those who don't will be held accountable for their actions. Governor Katie Hobbs will again join Outspoken live this afternoon in just about 30 minutes. And from the potential for federalizing the National Guard to protest in Los Angeles, there's plenty to talk with her about. You can hear it all live right here on KTAR, and you can also watch it on the KTAR YouTube page, 5:30 this afternoon.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
A city leader from Australia in the Valley today to learn more about heat and homelessness. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles now is live in the news center to tell us more.
John Swain manages the city of Sydney's homelessness response and has come to the Valley all the way from Australia, hoping to share solutions for the two issues that plague both communities.
The heat every year is getting hotter, but our homelessness population is also growing at the same time. So you've got these twin social crises converging.
And he says examples of success he sees in the Valley include street outreach efforts by nonprofits like Circle the City and emphasis on data to create targeted solutions. Those ideas could be part of a report taken back to Australia.
This is how we should be responding during a heat wave for our unhoused population.
And he also calls for more international partnerships on heat solutions. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
It's the sigh of relief heard around the world. We are not going to be hit by a massive asteroid anytime soon. But ABC's Jim Ryan says one of our celestial neighbors could still be in the crosshairs of the massive rock.
Scientists who first warned last year that an asteroid called 2024 YR4 had a slight chance of crashing into the Earth in 2032 have reworked the numbers and determined that we're completely safe. But now the moon has a 4.3% chance of being struck by the same rock. While the 10-story high stone would devastate any city on impact, it's expected the asteroid would have little effect if it were to hit our nearest natural satellite. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Checking the road home now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got an accident at 17th Avenue and Thunderbird on the city streets. Another new one in Peoria. That crash at 101 westbound at Thunderbird, causing quite a backup as you're heading towards Thunderbird and Sun City. Another crash in Peoria at 101 southbound at Bell Road and in Avondale. You got that wreck with a motorcycle there causing problems on westbound I-10 at Avondale. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
82 tonight for our low, 108 again Wednesday and Thursday. We're at 108 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
A lot of people will tell you hour number 2 is the best of the hours out there.
Coming up at 5:30 on the nose, 25 minutes away, 5:30 on the nose. It's our segment, Talk to the Governor.
Yeah.
Governor Katie Hobbs joins us in studio every 2 weeks, and we will talk about not only the L.A. ICE protests, but we're going to talk to her about what's happening here in Arizona. How about Chandler? How about Peoria? we've got some issues with it's not ICE coming here and arresting people necessarily. It is protesters in Arizona possibly being sent to a particular place. And it seems that in Peoria today, we had a cop that was injured.
Yeah, so this was this morning. Think 67th Ave and Peoria Avenue, okay?
Right.
67th and Peoria Ave. There was a police activity. It was the Department, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and Peoria Police Department backing them up, supporting them, as they served a warrant in a drug-related investigation.
Not an immigration raid.
It was not an immigration raid.
But people thought it was, and people started to show up.
Like started to spread on social media that there was this gathering of federal officers. They saw either the DHS or Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, either on vehicles or on some of the officers, and made the assumption that there was some sort of an immigration raid happening. And according to most reports and look at the videos, maybe about 50 people.
And the videos are everywhere, and it sounded like this. And in the middle of the chaos, there's a police officer that was injured.
Yeah, a Peoria PD sergeant was, I don't know, what are you going to say? Assaulted, I guess, is exactly what it is, as the group kind of became disruptive, and you see that there is a coming together, a confrontation.
So before the show, I was talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck about this.
Yes.
And I didn't realize the significance of how bad this was.
Oh, okay.
And so we were like, you should come on. And he did.
He did.
He was seething.
Yeah.
I want you to take a listen to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck a little while ago on the show about how a cop...
What happened this morning?
We're finding out that one of our officers was in an altercation with an individual on scene. They are trying to incite. They have this group that's essentially trying to incite a riot or incite or entice officers that are in these situations to a confrontation. And one of the individuals that was arrested this afternoon, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's more coming.
Okay.
You don't touch one of our officers in the city of Peoria and think that you're going to get away with it. And it should be like that in every city in the United States, but we're not going to put up with it. One of our officers could have been extremely injured in this situation. He was surrounded by multiple people in this situation. This had nothing to do with an ICE or an immigration raid. Mm-hmm. It had everything to do with a drug warrant that was done by HSI.
Got it.
So
you're ticked off.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express. And I know that's probably not the best word for it, but the issue is our police officers are out there trying to protect our citizens. And this individual that was arrested on a federal warrant for drug sales and distribution, and that's going to be a federal case. That has nothing to do with what goes on with City of Peoria. Our job is to actually make sure that the public is safe, that our citizens are safe. And if an incident happens in our city, our job is to make sure that our citizens are safe in that situation. And, our kids are affected, our schools are affected. This person is a bad person that was taken off the street. And the fact that there's politicians around this state, including a liberal county board of supervisors for Maricopa County that was actually evidently at the scene trying to incite these issues. Yeah, I'm pissed. And
hang on. So hold on. There were politicians that were inciting what was, and by the way, we're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck.
Yeah.
There were politicians that were at this incident that were inciting violence. Who was there?
Well, they're inciting the situation. My understanding is Representative Gallardo was actually at this scene, and he actually spoke to Fox News today about it. Evidently, and I just got this issued statement saying that he stated that he was on scene, and the problem is and then we also had another council member from the city of Phoenix that did social media posts trying to say what was going on in Peoria. all of that is to try to get people to go to these situations. These are not ICE raids. These are misinformed politicians that should be taking care of their citizens instead of actually trying to hurt police officers.
All right. That was the voice of the mayor of Peoria. He was furious.
And again, the Peoria Police Department was basically providing traffic control for a drug warrant, presenting of a drug warrant by federal agents. But it got, I mean, what's the best way to get it? It got misconstrued. It got mislabeled as something that was immigration related. And you had apparently some politicians as well as activists, others, put it out on social media. Come on down here to this address, basically. And these people showed up looking for a fight.
I think what we found out is, and we found it out in L.A., that activists are waiting to get out there and cause problems. I don't know if it's protesting. I can tell you this. I know when you touch a police officer, that's not protesting.
That's when you go too far.
That's when you go too far. So if activists want to protest, maybe they should take a lesson in how to do it peacefully. Because we haven't seen a whole lot of that, Bruce.
You're not winning
Bruce,
any
we haven't
battles.
seen that in L.A.,
Without
really?
doubt.
I mean, we've got cars that are burning. We've got people on top of it with a Palestinian flag.
I think the majority of people protesting in L.A. are not involved in violence. Do I think there's people involved in violence? Yes. But I think it's dozens of people. It's not thousands.
I don't know. I don't have numbers, but I know that there's issues with violence, and violence is violence, man. I mean, if it's one person or it's 100 people. I mean, we can't have people going after cops. We cannot have that. And I think what you have are, we've got these activists that are ready to roll. They're waiting in their home for a phone call.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight, basically.
We saw this in Chicago today. We saw this.
People on the streets, yeah.
What was the story we just saw in Chandler? Because we were just talking Peoria.
Right. There is a story out of Chandler, and this one apparently does involve immigration, where some people are being charged in Chandler with obstruction, basically interfering with federal agents trying to conduct it. So again, I don't know. Are people following them following their cars? Like, how are they finding this out?
Well, you asked that to Mayor Beck, and he said, yeah, they're following the cars. I mean, and I guess that's really what's happening.
Yeah. So here's by the way, these guys followed ICE agents and are now in Chandler, and are now facing federal charges because it looks like maybe they attempted to intimidate or threaten ICE agents after one of their friends was picked up. This is going downhill.
Yeah.
I mean, just is.
People are going to get hurt.
Yeah, sadly. People
are going to get hurt. So, I mean, did the Marines ever end up in L.A.? Did they ever show up? Because I don't think they're needed.
They aren't.
They're not needed.
No, none of that's needed. No. The LAPD and sheriffs are handling the situation. I don't think the military is needed to control that.
Right. We had a study that came out. Well, it wasn't really a study. It was kind of a quick poll on what's happened throughout the last few days. So 47% of U.S. adults disapprove of deploying Marines to L.A. So 47 didn't like it, 34 approval. 45% disapprove the National Guard deployment. 38 said there it's okay.
Yeah.
Trying to get another one. No, I mean, it really does break into parties. A lot of majority of Republicans are okay with what they see.
Can I just say that I think the L.A. stuff at this point, I'll blame cable news for this.
Oh.
I think they are, by the way, they're loving it. And I think they are exaggerating and inflaming it for their own.
I saw a CNN reporter get detained.
Yeah.
But he
put himself in the middle of it.
Like he wanted to get detained.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, I think that some of the shots you saw, at one point, I would argue they made the mistake of like backing out, and doing the wide angle lens. And I'm like, there's like a dozen people there.
Bruce?
They're making it look like there's 1,000 people attacking it. I go, they were outnumbered. The protesters were outnumbered by the cops 10-1.
Trump is producing a television show we're all watching.
Yeah.
And cable news is producing television shows we're all watching.
Yeah.
And it's just a little bit different.
Like the violence is being overblown. Yeah. They arrested like a dozen people last night.
It's like we're watching a reality show.
Yes. Yes.
You know, Newsom in California is saying...
Well, and both sides are loving it.
He's saying, I never talked to Trump.
And Trump's like, I talked to him.
And then Trump released the transcript that they did talk.
Yeah.
So we got Newsom who looks like he's lying.
Yeah. What a shocker. All right. Well, you got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that. And don't forget, we've got the governor coming up at 5:30, Gatos.
Yeah. Time to talk to the governor. 5:30 on the nose. We're going to talk about what happened in Peoria. We'll talk about L.A., what she would do if what happened in L.A. comes here. And it is Governor Katie Hobbs coming up at 5:30. Stick around.
Hey, I want to talk to you about something pretty important. If you are at or near retirement age, if you're within 10 years of retirement age, I got a movie that I think you should see. It's a new documentary that I'm proud to be involved in with my friends at Trajan Wealth. It's called Retirement on the Brink. Retirement on the Brink. And it's interviews with people just like you, your neighbors, your friends, people who are close to retirement, people who are in retirement, talking about some of the good choices they made and, quite honestly, some of them talking about the bad choices they made and what they would do differently and how you can learn from it. It's called Retirement on the Brink. And if you go to retirementonthebrink.com, you can get your VIP seats right now. I've got a screening coming up this Saturday at 5 o'clock out in Mesa. All right, East Valley folks, I'd love to see you there. Plus, you show your VIP badge just for signing up, and we got popcorn and soda for you. All right? retirementonthebrink.com this Saturday, 5 o'clock out in Mesa. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. An Austrian high school was the scene of a horrific and deadly attack by a former student who opened fire on the teens inside yesterday. The motive remains unknown. ABC's foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge reports from Graz, Austria.
Authorities in the city of Graz say a 21-year-old Austrian man walked into the school with a rifle and a handgun he legally owned and opened fire. At least 10 people killed, including 9 teenage students and 1 teacher.
I think the whole city, everyone in the school is in complete shock.
Nearly a dozen more students injured.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check your ride home now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have 2 crashes in Peoria. First of all, we've got 101 and Bell, and then 101 and Thunderbird, both southbound. And then in Avondale at Dysart Road, north of Van Buren, a wreck there. Another crash at 17th Avenue and Thunderbird. And finally, that crash with a motorcycle at 7th and Glendale in Phoenix. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes Campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Hey, by the way, did you know we're on YouTube? That's right. You can watch and listen to the show. Plus, we've got exclusive interviews, reaction to breaking news, and coming up in 10 minutes, the governor will be live in studio, and you can watch that interview on YouTube. Go to the KTAR YouTube channel.
I won't be watching it because I'll be doing the interview.
Okay, that's fair. That you have an excuse.
Got it.
The rest of you, not standing for any excuses.
Totally understand.
Have you ever heard the term money can't buy you happiness?
Yeah, I think it's BS.
It's horse hockey, right?
I think it is, too.
It's complete. Let me put it this way.
Show me some money, and I'll tell you how happy I am.
Have you ever seen somebody on a yacht with one of those frilly drinks in their hand, you know, with the little parasol on it, sitting on the back, getting sun, with a frown on their face? It's not true.
No.
But how much money can buy you happiness? Well, as usual, they're out there doing these studies, trying to figure out what's the number. And I thought this was kind of interesting. So while the number has been creeping up a little, There's no doubt that it has.
It's inflation.
We got inflation, sure enough. It turns out that 6 figures, about $100,000, is what it takes to buy happiness. And the way they figured this out is, at that number, most people, you can pay your bills. You're not stressed about the bills.
It's ego.
And ego?
Of course it
like
is.
I make 6 figures?
Yes.
Here's the interesting
It's
thing
all
I thought.
psychological.
Okay.
If you get to the 6-figure mark, you're like, finally.
You achieve something.
Yeah. And that makes you feel better. So that's why this is $100,000 in my opinion.
Okay, because this may prove your point. They found that even if you go past 100, your like happiness quotient doesn't get any better.
Because you've already reached.
You're kind of, like 150. Are you like 50% happier? No, not really. 200. Are you more happy? No.
I can see that.
Can you see that?
Yeah,
I gotta believe if I had $1 billion, I would be ecstatic. I just gotta really believe that.
Are they taking into consideration current prices of today?
Stuff.
I think that $100,000 got to go up now.
Doesn't go as fast as far as it used to. Yeah,
there's people with $100,000 that are struggling.
I don't think that's the point, though. I think the point is more psychological.
Yeah.
That when you hit the 100,000, you're like, okay.
It's still like exactly. It is a marker.
Yeah,
right.
but you make $100,000, you're going, great, I got there, and I still can't afford a house.
Well, and you right,
so you're
and
not very happy.
Well, you still think you're underpaid. You're always you can make $1 million a year, and you'll still think you're underpaid. But I think it is something when you get to 6 figures, it's like, okay, that makes me kind of, well, how much money? Oh, I make 6 figures. It's like when somebody asks you, how much money?
I'm happy.
I make 6 figures.
I'm happy.
Right. And you weren't able to say that. You can be making $98,000 and you're like, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
They give you a $2,000 raise.
Ta-da!
You're in.
You suddenly, like, the corners of your mouth go up, you start smiling.
Yeah. I really do.
It.
I believe that.
Yeah, but I do think there's interesting that if somebody makes twice as much as you, 100 to 200, they're not twice as happy. And that makes sense. I think there's only like a level of happiness you get to. It's kind of like surprise. Can I use this as a stupid example? Have you seen people that have gotten so much facial work that they look like they're constantly surprised? You know what I'm saying? Like their eyebrows are up like this.
Too tight of a face.
And I always thought, well, here's the only problem. If you look constantly surprised, when something actually surprises you, you can't show any more surprise.
No, it's tough to show emotion when, you have all the Botox.
Right?
By the way, I'm a fan of Botox. I might get it one day.
Oh, come off.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to start doing crap to my face.
Come on.
Yeah, you're going to go with me.
Don't do it. I most certainly am.
You got some lines, too,
No,
buddy.
they look good. Those are character lines.
There you go. Character lines.
Coming up next, we have Governor Hobbs in studio. She's in the waiting room right now.
Good.
She's
We're ready
here.
to go.
Coming up at 5:30, Governor Hobbs joins us. Talk to the governor. It's coming up next on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
There's so many things that I love about Connecticut water. When you hire Connecticut, this is interesting. A picture and bio of the water specialist will be texted to your phone when they are on their way. I love that. You can feel confident that, well, like my buddy John who works there, former Marine, he's been in the water business over 40 years. When he knocks on your door, he's ready to tell you about a Connecticut system. And by the way, John is the one who sold me my Connecticut 20 years ago. I like that Connecticut says we want you to feel safe. When one of our water specialists comes over, we're going to text all of that. They're going to come in a uniform with Connecticut on it. You'll see the Connecticut truck parked outside of your home. One of the big things, obviously, is the water in Arizona tastes terrible. Improve the water of your house, in your house. Improve the feel of the water in your house. And call Connecticut and do it this summer. Do it this week. Get on their schedule at 602-910-6570.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Diane from Michigan, a disabled senior citizen trying to get by. Henry from Florida, a veteran fighting to make ends meet. Elena from Arizona, a mother struggling to feed her daughter. Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I support Feeding America because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year, like Diane, Henry, and Elena. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America. 200 food banks strong.
Imagine growing up in a home where Dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make Dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News, Arizona's news station. Traffic, weather, breaking news when it happens. World news, national news, local news. Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News, 92.3. The KTAR News app. KTAR.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hi, it's Vince Murata. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
There you go. We are live in studio. Our regular visit from Governor Katie Hobbs joining us. We want to jump right into this because there's a lot going on, if you're okay. Earlier today, we had a chance to speak to the mayor of Peoria, and none too pleased, I think, is a great example of what happened, or his take on what happened this morning.
Yeah, and Governor, I know you know what happened in Peoria. There were protesters that gathered. Homeland Security was there. They were responding for a drug-related warrant. Mm-hmm. Some people thought it was an immigration raid. It got physical. An officer was hurt. And Peoria Mayor Jason Beck joined us, and here was a bit of the part of the conversation. Yeah. You're ticked off.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express.
What is your reaction to Beck, and what is your reaction to what happened in Peoria? This is ridiculous.
Well, I think he's right to be as upset as he is. People have a right to make their voices heard in protest that is peaceful and lawful. And that doesn't mean violently attacking officers. It doesn't mean vandalizing property. And so yeah. And I'll tell you, the Department of Public Safety today was in contact with Peoria Police, making sure that they had what they needed. And we stand at the ready to respond if needed.
What's your message to activists in Arizona waiting for a phone call like today and creating chaos?
And can I add to that? According to the mayor, some were elected officials.
That's true, too. Well, that's what he said.
A council member was there and or was, what do I want to say, amplifying the issue on social media, encouraging people to come out.
He said Representative Steve Gallardo, a Democrat from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, was there, and he claims that he was egging some people on.
Look, tensions are really high right now, and I think it's incumbent on everyone to ensure that they're responding to accurate information. And the information that an ICE raid was happening today was not accurate. And certainly, as elected leaders, we need to be ensuring that we are not ramping up the tensions and ensuring that we're encouraging that peaceful, lawful protest activity.
What do you think of politicians showing up at some of these things if that's the case? Why would any politician show up at it's I just call it unease or chaos. What they're not there to calm tensions. It sounds like they're there to cause more problems.
Well, I can't speak for other people and the actions that they decided to take, but I do think it is really critical that elected leaders we're doing everything we can to try to calm people, to encourage that peaceful demonstration, and to not increase the violent activity.
We're in studio. We have Governor Katie Hobbs with us. Talk to the governor, which we do on a regular basis.
Okay, so this all started in L.A.
4 or 5 days ago.
Yeah, and it was the arrest of some day laborers. So, Governor, would you support ICE coming into Phoenix and arresting day laborers at a Home Depot? They are here illegally. If they were here illegally, do you support the arrest of them?
Look, I've been really clear from day one. ICE should be able to do their jobs. This president campaigned on deporting violent criminals, and that has clearly shifted in what they're doing. It's causing some unrest and fear among people. I would like them to focus on those violent criminals and making sure we're keeping Americans safe.
So like a no for day laborers, leave them alone is what you're saying?
I mean, I don't think that contributes to making us safer.
Is along those lines, I know you recently signed a letter stating your disappointment with the use of the National Guard. It was a Democratic Governors Coalition. Have I got that right?
Yep.
Okay.
National Guard in California.
Yeah. Showing your disappointment at that. Is there a concern that could happen here?
Well, here's the thing. Let me just clarify. It's not the use of National Guard. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of our state National Guard. This was an unprecedented overreach by the president, going around the governor and calling up federalizing the California Guard against the governor's wishes. That hasn't happened in 60 years. So that was just really an unprecedented overreach. And I want to make it clear, I stand ready to call up the state guard if that's necessary.
What if Trump calls it up in Arizona, doesn't tell you about it, does it behind your back? You do what?
Well, I don't want to speak to hypotheticals, but I think this is him using the power of the presidency to engage in a political battle. And I think that that's not how I would be responding to this situation.
Is there any law that says he can do that in the state of Arizona or anywhere else that you know of?
I know that the governor of California challenged this action in court. So I think we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Do you think that Donald Trump is at war with quote unquote Democratic governors or blue states?
Look, I think Donald Trump was elected to address a lot of challenges we're facing in the country, including it is inarguable that folks were concerned about immigration. I think he is politicizing the issue, and I think he's not going after the people he said he would, like violent criminals. He's doing indiscriminate roundups that are not doing anything to make Arizonans or Americans safer.
We're talking to Governor Katie Hobbs. If Joe Biden had not let in 10 million people into the country, I don't think we'd be seeing this. Do you agree with that statement? That's my opinion.
Immigration has been a political football for decades. It
Right.
didn't start with Joe Biden or Obama or Bush before him. It's been a political football for decades. And Washington politicians have chosen to continue to allow it to be a political football than actually taking action that addresses it with comprehensive immigration reform. And that is really unfortunate.
But it seems that Biden was so bad at securing the border and didn't want to secure it that he let all these people in. And now he's out of office. And you've got Donald Trump, who's done the exact opposite. And it's like, if Joe Biden was somewhat efficient on the border, I don't think we'd see Donald Trump going and arresting people or ICE arresting people at a Home Depot.
Well, I don't disagree with you that Biden was bad on the border, and I think that was one of the biggest issues in Arizona. And I have, been not shy about saying that. But we've seen story after story after story that activity on the border is very quiet now. We're not seeing a bunch of people coming in, and yet the president continues to go after people that are just living their lives, not making us more unsafe, instead of what he promised to do and go after violent criminals.
We're in studio right now with Governor Katie Hobbs. She joins us every couple of weeks, and appreciate your time. Thank you for being gracious with it. I have a question for you regarding a bill that you vetoed, and this is, people call it the China bill. This one was a bill that would have banned the People's Republic of China from acquiring property in Arizona. Why did you veto this bill?
Well, I'm going to be clear on this bill. It did not actually prevent the Chinese Communist Party or the Chinese government from acquiring land in Arizona. It was a weak bill that would allow them to own property for up to 3 years, and then had all these loopholes that would allow them to transfer that land to political proxies after that 3 years. And I am concerned about Arizonan security, the security of our military bases, and the influence by foreign adversaries, which is why I subsequently proposed a bill that would actually take action against not just the Chinese Communist Party, but other foreign adversaries like Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and others. And I would like to see the legislature take action on that proposal.
Okay, so Warren Peterson was on the show with Mike Broomhead earlier this morning. Take a listen to what he said about you wanting to rewrite it or look over it again or have something different. Here's the Peterson.
She's vetoed 5 of these bills. She's never approached the legislature. This is purely reactive. This is a desperate move by the governor. She's obviously running for office. She sees that she lost on this issue. I hope she's sincere. Obviously, we'll work with her on this issue. She's not approached us. She's not talked to us. We'd be happy to engage, draft a good bill, and put that on her desk and have her signature. I hope she's sincere. Sadly, I feel like this is more rhetoric, just like the border rhetoric. If she's serious about it and if she's sincere, I hope so. I'm always an optimist. but her actions have not matched her current rhetoric.
Your reaction, Governor?
President Peterson, I am 100% sincere. Send me a bill that actually restricts foreign adversaries from owning property near our military bases, and I will sign that bill. That is not the bill that you sent me.
Can I ask just a follow-up question on it? Because you mentioned there's obviously other countries besides China. And that number or that list tends to change from time to time.
Right.
If I understand correctly, there are foreign countries that currently own land in Arizona. Now, whether we like them or not, it seems it kind of depends on the day.
Yeah.
You know, Saudi Arabia or whatever. Is there any concern about foreign nations owning land, or is it just specific ones or today's list?
So the proposal that we sent actually references a federal list of foreign adversaries. That can change.
Okay.
Right now, those 4 I listed are on there. There might be others. That could change. And so this bill doesn't tie us to specific countries. And the bill the legislature sent me did, and it only specified China. And again, with all those loopholes, that actually does allow China to own land.
But you're open to the idea of some sort of a reworked version of it that you would sign if it came across your desk.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joining us in studio every 2 weeks. Headline: Arizona Governor vetoes bill to ban teaching anti-Semitism in Arizona's public schools. This just came across. So I haven't looked at it completely. What was this bill? Why did you veto it? And that's a tough headline.
Yeah. So obviously, anti-Semitism is a growing concern, which is why I've taken action to address it. I signed a bill that requires Holocaust education in our classrooms. Last week, I was at a groundbreaking for the new Holocaust Education Center that is funded in part by the budget we passed last year. And we need to take real action to address this. Unfortunately, what this bill did is weaponize the issue of anti-Semitism against our public school educators and holds public school educators personally liable for something they say in the classroom. Parents and students already have an avenue they can take against teachers who teach something like anti-Semitism. Obviously, I don't support teaching that.
Who's teaching anti-Semitism?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I think it's weaponizing this problem
in search of a solution in search of a problem.
I mean, I think so, and I don't want to say that anti-Semitism is not a problem. It is.
Sure.
But there's no evidence that that's being taught, and if it is, students and parents have an avenue to address that already.
All right. It is Talk to the Governor. We're speaking with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. Let's talk about something no one's talking about because of everything that's happened in L.A., and that's the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
So you're
still out there, isn't it?
I guess.
Yeah.
So you're running against Andy Biggs. Andy Biggs agrees with Elon Musk. Boy, we're not talking about that either. What'd you think of that, Governor? Was that a juicy fight? Elon versus Trump?
I'm
or
old
what?
enough to remember when that was a news story.
Yeah.
Andy Biggs agrees with Elon Musk's assessment that President Trump's big, beautiful bill is an abomination. Yet he could have stopped it, and he didn't. I don't get it. If you don't like it, why don't you say you don't like it and stop it? If
don't vote for it either.
Well, don't vote for it. So why is Andy Biggs a guy who just anything Trump does, I'm going to go along with?
Look, I don't know why he's saying what he's saying, but I want to be clear. Andy Biggs did vote for this bill that will cut healthcare for hundreds of thousands of Arizonans so that they can extend a tax break to billionaires and millionaires who don't need it.
Well, it remains to be seen whether it's going to pass. But, I mean, it was a topic of discussion for a while, and it seems like it's on the back burner now.
Yeah, well, all right, so we're almost out of time. What did you think of Elon Trump? That was awesome, right? I mean, that was juicy.
I mean, I have a lot better things to spend my time.
I don't. That was awesome. Come on, you didn't think that was a juicy fight? And
we knew it was coming, right?
Yeah.
Eventually.
Are you on Team Trump or are you on Team Elon?
I'm on Team Arizona, always.
Okay.
Always on Team Arizona.
All right.
Yeah. Well, Governor, we appreciate your time, and we'll see you back here here in a couple of weeks.
Great. Thank
All
you.
right. That's Governor Katie Hobbs as she joins us in studio every few weeks and takes questions on the things that are going on in her world. Checking the headlines on the way, and then we'll react to some of the things the governor said. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken here on KTAR.
I'm Heather Larson for KTAR and the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Centers. Twin wrecks in the last hour in Peoria, finally starting to clear a little bit. The crashes were at Bell Road on the 101 southbound and also Thunderbird and Bell southbound, rather. And so that is starting to flow again right now. And don't forget there is a wreck in Avondale, and that's at Dysart Road, north of Van Buren. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
If I can do it, you can too. Jamie West here, down nearly 50 pounds and keeping it off. Not with shots or drugs or prepackaged foods, just eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I feel great. I look great. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
This time of year reminds me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Congressman Andy Biggs gives us an update on what's happening in Washington. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Well, you may not like all the answers, but you can't argue we didn't ask the questions, right? Governor Hobbs, as she joins us every couple of weeks, regularly, our Talk to the Governor segment, and we got a chance to ask her about a variety of things going on in the state and around the country.
China bill.
The China bill, yeah.
Anti-Semitism bill she vetoed.
Both bills she vetoed.
Both bills she vetoed. I think that the interesting part of the conversation is what's going to happen this summer. Are we going to have a summer of unrest? Starting in Los Angeles, you and I were debating just the other day, is this going to be something, I think it was with Meghan McCain, is this going to be something where we see this unrest throughout the summer? Is it going to be something that travels to different parts of America? And the answer is, well, looks like it's going to be here this summer.
Very well could.
Protests and activists and all that stuff. And it has come to Arizona. We had an incident in Peoria today with activists and unrest. We talked to the mayor of Peoria. We're going to replay a piece of that at 6.
Yeah.
And you're going to want to listen to it because that dude was so mad. You could hear him seething over the phone. He's so furious about what happened in Peoria today. We're going to replay a little bit about that at 6. But, the governor said, hey, he should be mad.
Yeah.
He should be mad.
She wasn't disagreeing.
No. I don't see right now. I mean, I know that Republicans feel one way and Democrats feel the other way. But, man, when you put your hands on a cop or you want to burn a car or you want to take a Palestinian flag and wave it while you're on top of the burning car, I think most of us can look at that and say, yeah, I don't think that's right.
I don't have a problem with all that. Palestinian flag doesn't bother me. That's free speech. But, yes, acting violent, I have a problem with.
Right, but standing on a car, and by the way, if you stand in a car and you hold the Palestinian flag, what are you doing? You're playing right into Donald Trump's hand.
Without a doubt. Oh,
right.
No. We talked about that. The politics of this is...
So that guy doesn't like Trump. He hates everything about Trump, hates everything about America.
Yeah,
but what does he do? He helps Donald Trump.
He's helping him. Oh, without a doubt.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Right. So I think most of us can get behind. I don't like to see that. We don't like to see that.
I do think it's interesting. And, she talked about the fact that she signed a letter from 20-something governors, all Democrats, surprisingly enough, kind of condemning the use of the National Guard, and talked about how unprecedented it is that the president would go around the governor and deploy the National Guard. She operates under the world of the National Guard is at my deploy, if needed.
Right.
And
and she's sent the National Guard to the Arizona border.
She's done it before, right. And I think one of the issues and concerns I have is the obviously the precedent, but that it's being used for political purposes only. Donald Trump's like, I'm worried about Los Angeles burning. I don't think he gives a flying you-know-what if Los Angeles burns. And it's not burning, by the way. It's protests, there are cars burning.
But
the police are dealing with it. There isn't a need for a National Guard or much less the Marines.
Well, when you're there, and it's happening in your state, it's the governor's call. It's always been the governor's call.
And that goes for if there's a natural disaster, like a hurricane, it's the governor's call.
Right. And this time it wasn't.
Right.
And so we're seeing things that we haven't seen before, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with that. What do you do when the president goes over your head and he takes control of your National Guard?
And for obvious political reasons.
Here's another thing.
Obvious.
But here's another thing. So he sent in California's National Guard.
Uh-huh.
Do they have to listen to him?
I believe so.
I'm just asking.
I believe so.
Because it's not his call. Should the National Guard say, we're waiting for our governor to call? It's the governor's call. I listen, I don't know.
I
don't know.
I think my answer is I don't think they have the opportunity. They have the ability to ignore the orders.
One other thing I want to mention is that a lot of people are saying, well, Trump is doing this to blue states. Trump went into ordered ICE to go into Nebraska. Trump won Nebraska. There was a massive workplace enforcement operation in Nebraska. 100 illegal immigrants working there, arrested, fake documents. So it's not just blue states.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. Then coming up next, what happened in Peoria this morning? Why were officers assaulted? And did it have anything to do with immigration? We'll talk about it next. We got the facts for you. And the mayor right here on KTAR. Coming up next.
All right, it is time to get your pre-storm inspection of your roof by my friends at America Roofing, Arizona's biggest roofing company. Listen, I'm just going to say, I hope you don't need them this summer, because that means you have a leak. And I don't want you to get a leak. What I want for you to do is call them, take them up on their free pre-storm inspection of your roof, pre-monsoon inspection of your roof. Let them get up there. It's free when you mention Gatos.
I used America Roofing about a month ago, had them come over for this exact reason. And they did find something on my roof. It was a minor problem area. They fixed it. It was certainly affordable. And they said, you could have gotten a leak. You're not going to get one now. And now I have some peace of mind. Get that pre-storm inspection. All you have to do is go to americaroofingco.com or call 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day, but take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state, so if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates, and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand, anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through. Watch ABC 15 News at 6.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
This was an unprecedented overreach by the president going around the governor.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon and weighed in on President Trump's move to send the National Guard to California without the state governor's request. This after 5 days of unrest on Los Angeles streets related to anti-immigration protests.
He is politicizing the issue, and I think he's not going after the people he said he would, like violent criminals. He's doing indiscriminate roundups that are not doing anything to make Arizonans or Americans safer.
You can watch the full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. A Homeland Security operation in the area of 67th and Peoria Avenues led to a few tense moments there today. Ricardo Reyes with the progressive group Common Defense was among those who quickly arrived and spoke with our partners at ABC 15.
We do want people to come out. We do, like I said, we want people to bear witness to what's going on, to record them, to let them know that we're watching, because obviously they don't like that.
Peoria police say one person was taken into custody after a sergeant was assaulted but not seriously hurt. And they tell us the operation was actually connected to a drug investigation, not to immigration. The mayor of Peoria is feeling very frustrated in the aftermath of that confrontation that left the police sergeant hurt today. Jason Beck tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the federal operation removed a dangerous criminal from the streets today.
That has nothing to do with what goes on with City of Peoria. Our job is to actually make sure that the public is safe, that our citizens are safe.
Mayor Beck says politics are not a reason to assault police and promises more arrests will be coming.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
A visitor from Down Under is learning from the Valley's response to heat and homelessness. KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us now live from the News Center with more.
Today, leaders at Valley Nonprofit Circle the City met with John Swain, who is here from Australia, to learn about two issues affecting many cities and towns.
LA, Austin, Houston, Phoenix, New Orleans, Washington, New York. And it's just meeting with different organizations and how they interact with homelessness or unhoused populations and heat.
He says Arizona is ahead of the curve on heat readiness, pointing to the Valley's data-driven approach with partners and emphasis on community health care for the unhoused, such as the service provided by Circle the City. He does urge Arizona leaders to form international partnerships on heat responses, calling it a massive health emergency. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Are we getting better? That's what I'm concerned about.
That is Jordan Ott, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, talking about what he will be focused on as a first-time head coach. The Suns introduced Ott at a media conference, and he was also asked about being named the fourth head coach in 4 seasons.
I'm not here to look back what has happened. I'm here right now and focused to move this thing forward. That's my sole energy.
Ott says he's focused on building trust with the players and putting together a plan for a better defense, a more aggressive offense, and better communication. We invite you to tune in tonight at 7 o'clock to hear the Democratic primary debate between candidates in Congressional District 7. The 5 Democrats are looking to fill the seat left by the late Raul Grijalva. You can listen to the debate right here at 92.3 FM and on the KTAR News app. And turning to Wall Street today, the Dow rose 105 points, S&P up 33, while the NASDAQ was up 123. If you need more money news, go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time to check the road home. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The road home is looking mostly pretty good right now. Much of the Valley Freeway is clearing up at this hour. There is one major spot of slowing, and that's on northbound I-17 from Camelback Road on up to Northern. Allow a little extra time if that's the way you're headed. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low, right around 82 degrees, 108 for the high Wednesday and Thursday, climbing to 109 on Friday. And, yep, we could see 110 plus over the weekend. There is an excessive heat warning that's already been issued. It's 105 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best hour, Gatos.
5:30, it was our segment every 2 weeks, Talk to the Governor. Governor Katie Hobbs joined us. We'll play a little bit of that coming up at 6:30. So if you missed it, you can hear a little bit of that. And really the big story today is what happened in Peoria. You know, we've been following, everybody's talking about L.A. A couple hundred people were again arrested out in L.A. Everybody wanted to know, is this coming to Arizona? Is this coming to different parts of the United States? And the answer is yes. And in Peoria, Arizona, there was a big incident today.
Yeah, and so here are the details as we know them. HSI, that's Homeland Security Investigations. It's a division of ICE.
Right.
Was seen staging by a Walmart in Peoria, behind a Walmart. Apparently, some people saw them and followed a convoy of about 20 vehicles over to a home nearby, 67th and Peoria, roughly.
Right.
The people following them are these immigration activists, people that are protesting immigration raids. But it wasn't an immigration raid.
Right.
It was a search warrant involving drug-related offenses.
Right. Let's play a clip of what it sounded like.
Roughly 50 people showed up to protest, and I think thinking it was some sort of a immigration action.
Yeah, so in the midst of all this, a Peoria police officer was injured.
The Peoria police were doing traffic control while HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, was executing the search warrant.
Right. This is bad. This is not good. This is not good for Arizona. It's not good for the country. Peoria Mayor Jason Beck joined us. He led the show off, and he was seething. Take a listen to what he had to say about what happened in his city.
One of our officers was in an altercation with an individual on scene. They are trying to incite. They have this group that's more of a black bloc, if you go back to the old Antifa of 2020. And this black bloc is essentially trying to incite a riot or incite or entice officers that are in these situations to a confrontation. And one of the individuals that was arrested this afternoon, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's more coming.
Okay.
You don't touch one of our officers in the city of Peoria and think that you're going to get away with it. And it should be like that in every city in the United States. But we're not going to put up with it. So it could. One of our officers could have been extremely injured in this situation. He was surrounded by multiple people in this situation, and but this had nothing to do with an ICE or an immigration raid. It had everything to do with a drug warrant that was done by HSI.
Got it.
So.
You're ticked off. I can tell you are. No, and hey, listen, I get it.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express. And I know that's probably not the best word for it, but the issue is our police officers are out there trying to protect our citizens. And this individual that was arrested on a federal warrant for drug sales and distribution, and that's going to be a federal case. That has nothing to do with what goes on with City of Peoria. Our job is to actually make sure that the public is safe, that our citizens are safe. And if an incident happens in our city, our job is to make sure that our citizens are safe in that situation. And, our kids are affected, our schools are affected. This person is a bad person that was taken off the street. And the fact that there's politicians around this state, including a liberal county board of supervisors for Maricopa County that was actually evidently at the scene trying to incite these issues. Yeah, I'm pissed. And
hang on. So hold on. There were politicians that were inciting what was, and by the way, we're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck.
Yeah.
There were politicians that were at this incident that were inciting violence. Who was there?
Well, they're inciting the situation. My understanding is Representative Gallardo was actually at this scene, and he actually spoke to Fox News today about it, evidently. And I just got this issued statement saying that he stated that he was on scene. And the problem is, and then we also had another council member from the city of Phoenix that did social media posts trying to say what was going on in Peoria. All of that is to try to get people to go to these situations. Mm-hmm. These are not ICE raids. These are misinformed politicians that should be taking care of their citizens instead of actually trying to hurt police officers. Yeah. Our police officers are here to protect our citizens.
Yeah.
And they're out there doing the job, not knowing what's coming next, constantly. You look at what just happened at Apache Junction, and we lost a police officer. My worst nightmare is one of our officers getting hurt, let alone being killed. And the fact that they're bringing people or inciting people to come out and actually try to impede their job of taking care of our citizens or making sure that a drug dealer or a drug distribution is taken off the street it needs to change. And the problem is that we have people that are trying to play politics in this situation instead of actually trying to take care of their citizens. This is not right.
Go ahead, sir. Finish. I apologize.
Well, the problem is that we keep seeing this all over. We saw this in Los Angeles. We keep seeing this. We saw this in 2020 with people just trying to come out. I understand that people are frustrated and just in life in general, and I understand it. If you lose a race, people get frustrated. That's not the reason why they should be trying to take on police officers or touch police officers. When one of our officers puts hands on somebody to arrest them, and I've got video of 3 or 4 other people in the scene. We all see it on Twitter. Mm-hmm. When those other people touch that police officer and we find out who they are, they're going to get charged. They're going to get hooked up. The problem is there's people that are getting paid to do this. So we're seeing that actually social media, these groups are putting money out there of $5,000 and $10,000 a week for people to go actually and follow HSI, follow federal agents, and try to incite these types of situations. We're seeing that right here in Arizona as of today, and it's going to get worse if we don't cut its head off first. We have to stop this stuff, and politicians that are there for their own political gain to try to garner more votes or to try to pander to one side or the other, they need to do the right thing. Our officers, our firefighters, our public safety officials come first. Yeah. Do not touch one of my employees. Do not touch one of my police officers. Do not touch one of my firefighters.
We're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck. And Mayor, you guys are there to support Homeland Security investigations, HSI, while they're executing a warrant in Peoria for a drug charge, unrelated to immigration. How are people showing up so quickly to kind of a random address, Peoria and 67th? Explain that to me.
These people are trying to follow federal vehicles, and they're trying to connect federal vehicles and automatically believing that it's going to be an ICE raid.
Okay.
And what's happening is when they follow that and they actually try to think that a city vehicle, imagine if a SWAT team leaves our city facility, as an example, and somebody follows that and all of a sudden starts posting those types of hits on social media. What ends up happening? Well, now you're telling criminals that, hey, heads up, the police are coming to this situation to actually bust somebody. We're not talking about somebody. I mean, I've seen what this person is being charged with already. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it, but I can tell you this person is a bad person that put drugs on the street in a major way, and we do not want that person in our community. I don't care if that person is legal or not legal. What I care about is that we're taking drugs off the street as a mayor in my city, making sure that our kids are safe and our citizens are safe. And then all of a sudden, these people come out that are very, very well coordinated and trying to impede and not only touch our police officers, they actually assaulted one of our police officers. I've got video of the person that was arrested. Oh. What if that officer would have gotten killed? What if one of those people would have actually accidentally grabbed their gun? Or what happens when one of these people actually gets seriously injured? Who's going to be responsible? One of these politicians that are running their mouth like this? They need to get their head out of their ass.
All right. That is the mayor of Peoria, Jason
Tell us what
Beck.
you really think.
It's really interesting because we knew what happened in Peoria was bad. We saw the video. We were talking about it before the show.
And to me, one of the worst parts is it's I'm going to say it's basically based on a misunderstanding. Who's out there protesting drug warrants? Do you see what I'm saying?
There weren't.
Right, but that's my point. It's based on a misunderstanding to start with, which is just stupidity right off the bat.
But let's go down this road real quick, because I know we're up against it. What if it was an immigration raid? The story to me doesn't change.
Okay.
It doesn't change. If you show up and you want to protest, that's fine. You put your hands on a cop, you're going to jail.
Okay, fair.
And so I don't care why they were out there, even if it was misconstrued or it was a misunderstanding.
Right. But you understand my point. People aren't going around protesting drug raids.
They thought they were there for an immigration raid. Okay. What if ICE was there?
Right.
The story is the same.
Well, why didn't they leave when they were like, oh, this isn't an immigration raid? Like, we're going to stay here and get physical with cops?
Because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
That's a fair argument.
All they want to do is create chaos. And that's exactly what they did today. And when you put your hands on a cop, that's why the mayor of Peoria was furious. He has every right to be furious. Okay. And Governor Hobbs, who joined us last hour, said
echoed it.
He has absolutely every right to be furious as well.
Absolutely. And said she supported what they were doing and offered help as well.
Right.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then, why are there strangers in your neighbor's pool? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products. I want you to go to advancedwindows.com, advancedwindows.com. Do you need new windows? Have you ever had new windows? Are you living in a house where the heat is just coming through those windows, and it doesn't matter how much your air conditioning is on? Your home is still warm. Go with Advanced Window Products. Why? Because they've been in business for 39 years. I'll repeat that into the microphone. They've been in business for 39 years. They build it, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. We're talking the best windows. And boy, do I have a deal for you. It is a Gatos Summer Special. When you call, mention my name. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call them at 480-764-2002. Easiest way, I think, to grab, some information about this terrific company, advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this evening and says the actions by the administration are misguided.
This president campaigned on deporting violent criminals, and that has clearly shifted.
She called the president's activation of the National Guard in Los Angeles without the governor's request an overreach. You can watch the full interview with Governor Hobbs on the KTAR YouTube channel. Meanwhile, the mayor of Los Angeles has now imposed an overnight curfew on downtown streets following increased nighttime violence and vandalism in her city. Mayor Karen Bass declared a local emergency and said the curfew will run until 6 a.m. tomorrow, adding, "We reached a tipping point after 23 businesses were looted." All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the roads now. We've got Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a spot of slowing right now on the 347 South as you head into Maricopa at Casablanca. But other than that, the Valley freeways are getting along rather nicely for your drive home. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. And hey, don't forget, all this summer, we're helping Arizona families in need. You can join us as we're outspoken against hunger, and we're benefiting the St. Mary's Food Bank. Every dollar you donate provides 5 meals for Arizona kids this summer who are missing out on school meals. All right? All you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. We make it easy as possible, Gatos. I got to tell you, it's an interesting world we live in. You've heard about the gig economy, right? Like everybody has a side hustle, this, that, and the other.
I don't have a side hustle.
I need some, apparently.
I've got plenty of time.
You have got nothing but time.
I've got time.
So I've got a pool I don't use. Should I be renting it out?
Yes.
Yes.
You have a nice pool?
Well, I guess that's all that matters.
Is it blue? Is it green?
No, I got a pool guy.
Okay. So if you live in the Valley and you want to make it a little extra money, how about renting your pool?
That's not an exaggeration. Of course, there is. Stop me if you've heard this before. There's an app for that.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an app where you can rent pools by the hour. So you don't have a pool, right? But you could rent one.
Right.
And the rates are all depending on kind of how nice a pool you're looking for. All right?
See, I would do the rates differently.
What do you mean?
I like this. I would rent my pool out. I wouldn't let you inside. You can't use my bathroom.
I'm not allowed.
Right. But here's what I would do. The hotter it is, the more you have to pay me.
It's a sliding scale.
I'm going with
100 degrees, you have one price. 110?
100 degrees, $50 an hour.
$50.
110?
How much?
$100 an hour. If it gets to 115 or over, $150 to $200 an hour. I go by the temperature.
I don't think that's such a bad idea.
I think it's a genius idea. That's why I said it into the microphone.
I actually am on this app. It's called Swimply. Get it?
No. Swim.
And Simply. Swimply.
So it's simply you swim at someone else's house?
Yeah, Swimply. They could have come up with a better one.
I'll work on it.
You workshop that. Tell me if you come up with something else.
All right.
But there are, and I don't think this is an exaggeration. I'm looking at a map. There's 100 or more pools for rent today. Here's something interesting. Price goes up on the weekend. That's probably what you probably would think that, right? Yeah. It's like with a rental car, a hotel room, right? Anything like that.
It's like with a wedding. Some people get married on like a Thursday because it's cheaper than a Saturday.
Here's the best part. People are like with an Airbnb. You've done Airbnb?
I have not.
Right? You've never done it? Okay, I have.
I know.
And people will they'll sell their Airbnb, like, Oasis in the desert.
No, I've done it once.
Okay.
I've done it once.
So you should see how some people are. How about that? They got a saltwater pool, private saltwater pool. How about this? Heated pool. You want a heated pool? They got that. Tropical resort in Ahwatukee. Pool and hot tub.
Does it come with like toys and floats and things
Some
like that?
do. How about a dog-friendly pool?
Ooh.
Oh, that's another thing.
Oh, that's a thing?
I have heard of people renting their backyards out to those who have a dog so the dog can run around.
Come on. There's an app for that, too?
I guarantee. I've talked about it.
Something else people are renting out? Storage units or the parts of their garage. If you have too much stuff.
Oh, gosh, really?
They will let you store it for a fee.
Right.
Just like yeah.
I go big at Christmas. I've got a garage that really needs a lot of help.
Go big at Christmas. That is Clark Griswold, again, blushes in your presence with the work you're doing.
I think the pool thing is like the easiest way you could ever make money doing nothing. You literally do nothing.
You let them have a kid's birthday party there for 3 hours.
Yeah. You open the gate, let them in.
You make $200.
The liability, though. Oh, my gosh.
You'd have to sign papers.
That's on you.
Yeah, you have to sign something.
That's on you. You got to watch little maggots in the water.
No, I think you have to sign something. I'm not letting anybody, something happens, you can't sue me.
Yeah.
I would get lawyers involved for sure. So if that's a side gig for you, I'm sure
there you have it.
There's something to sign. Your kid
Something
falls and
everyone.
splits their head open.
I'm looking.
That ain't
this.
on me.
I might be. I have storage and pool. I could do.
You could be
sitting on a gold mine. I haven't even thought this through.
Right.
You really have storage?
I've got a whole barn.
That's
a barn.
It's not a barn dominium. It's more of a barn.
All right.
Just saying.
Still, room to store stuff.
I'll keep that in mind. Right. All right. We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Last hour, we had a chance to sit down with Governor Hobbs. We asked her specifically about what was going on in Los Angeles, the use of the National Guard. We will replay you what she said. If you missed any of it, it's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR. Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, the transformation is going to take place on the inside of my house probably in the next month. Getting it painted. Arizona Painting Company. Heading over. They're going to do a great job. How do I know that? I've hired them numerous times over the past 20 or 22 years. And I know that they're going to take care of my house, and I know it's going to look great. You know, my wife wanted to do a little bit of remodeling. She wanted different paint colors on the wall. Obviously, the last owners dictated the paint colors that were on the wall, and my wife said, okay, we've been there for over 10 years. We're going to pick. And so she's gone through and, picked some paint colors. And, the Arizona Painting Company will help you do that too. But here's the great thing about the Arizona Painting Company. Their painters are so skilled. They've been doing this for so long. And in painting the inside of your house, we're getting the baseboards, the ceilings, the walls, everything, the closets, and it's just going to be a fresh coat of paint, and the house is going to look spectacular. I can't wait. Hire the Arizona Painting Company either to paint the exterior or interior of your house. Prices are a bit better in the summer, too, okay? Just text PAINT to 620-620, and I'll give you some info about the Arizona Painting Company.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids. Sniffles, stuffy nose, yuck. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds. All of that can be a thing of the past, thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to aspireallergy.com. That's aspireallergy.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
I think he is politicizing the issue, and I think he's not going after the people he said he would, like violent criminals.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs last hour in an exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos says the president's actions of sending Guard members in response to the protest and violence on the streets of L.A.
That was just really an unprecedented overreach. And I want to make it clear, I stand ready to call up the state Guard if that's necessary.
You can watch the full interview with Governor Hobbs on the KTAR YouTube channel. Now, just moments ago, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass declared she's putting parameters in place after 5 days of protest in her city of the Trump administration's ICE raids.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles.
Protests also taking place in Chicago and New York City at this hour. Now, the Phoenix Police Department is ready for any protest here. The word from City Councilman Kevin Robinson, who has a warning for those who might choose to be violent.
Technology is our friend these days, which I think is a really good thing. There's cameras everywhere. When people act out, do things they're not supposed to or they shouldn't do, they're usually on some type of tape. So their identities will be found later, and they will be held accountable for their actions.
Robinson tells the Mike Broomhead Show that officers have already been in contact with those who would lead any demonstrations and have been explaining what the law is to them. Be sure and tune in tonight at 7 to hear the Democratic primary debate between candidates in Congressional District 7. The 5 Democrats look to fill the seat left by the late Raul Grijalva. You can hear the debate right here at 92.3 FM and on the KTAR News app. Well, the Phoenix Suns officially introduced Jordan Ott as their new head coach today. Ott's been an assistant coach with 4 NBA teams since 2013. This is his first head coaching job. Coach Ott took questions from the media and laid out his plan for moving the Suns forward. He says he's focused on building trust and putting together a plan for better defense, a more aggressive offense, and better communication. And in sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 in a row against the Seattle Mariners. You can catch the action from Chase Field on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch just moments away. Also, the Arizona Cardinals have signed first-round draft pick Walter Nolan III. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic for us now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Only 2 minor spots of slowing as you head home tonight. On the 60 eastbound in Mesa at Mesa Drive, it's just a little bit slow there. And then the mini stack, just a little bit of slowness heading westbound on I-10. But other than that, Valley freeways are moving along nicely right now. Traffic brought to you by American Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low 82 degrees. Tomorrow and Thursday back up around 108 and 109 on Friday. It's 105 currently in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. The military is deployed to L.A. to keep protesters under control. Meanwhile, we've got protests growing around the valley and a few skirmishes popping off. Do we get the next wave of Marines here? That's tomorrow on the Chris and Joe Show, starting at 2.
And there was a skirmish this morning in Peoria as protesters showed up thinking there was immigration enforcement going on. It turned out to be a drug-related execution of a warrant. That didn't stop protesters from getting physical with Peoria police.
Yeah, and so we talked to the governor about that today. What does she think about what happened in Peoria? So we started the interview playing a piece of audio from Peoria Mayor Jason Beck about how furious he was that someone put their hands on a police officer. So you hear Beck first, and then Hobbs react.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express.
What is your reaction to what happened in Peoria? This is ridiculous.
Well, I think he's right to be as upset as he is. People have a right to make their voices heard in protest that is peaceful and lawful, and that doesn't mean violently attacking officers. It doesn't mean vandalizing property, and so yeah. And I'll tell you, the Department of Public Safety today was in contact with Peoria Police, making sure that they had what they needed, and we stand at the ready to respond if needed.
What's your message to activists in Arizona waiting for a phone call like today? And creating chaos.
And can I add to that? According to the mayor, some were elected officials.
That's true too. Well, that's what he said.
A council member was there and or was what do I want to say? Amplifying the issue on social media, encouraging people to come out.
He said Representative Steve Gallardo, a Democrat from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, was there, and he claims that he was egging some people on.
Look, tensions are really high right now, and I think it's incumbent on everyone to ensure that they're responding to accurate information, and the information that an ICE raid was happening today was not accurate. And certainly, as elected leaders, we need to be ensuring that we are not ramping up the tensions and ensuring that we're encouraging that peaceful, lawful protest activity.
What do you think of politicians showing up at some of these things, if that's the case? Why would any politician show up? It sounds like they're there to cause more problems.
Well, I can't speak for other people and the actions that they decided to take, but I do think it is really critical that elected leaders we're doing everything we can to try to calm people, to encourage that peaceful demonstration, and to not increase the violent activity.
We're in studio. We have Governor Katie Hobbs with us. Talk to the governor, which we do on a regular basis.
Okay, so this all started in L.A., the arrest of some day laborers. So, Governor, would you support ICE coming into Phoenix and arresting day laborers at a Home Depot? They are here illegally. If they were here illegally, do you support the arrest of them?
Look, I've been really clear from day one. ICE should be able to do their jobs. This president campaigned on deporting violent criminals, and that has clearly shifted in what they're doing. It's causing some unrest and fear among people. I would like them to focus on those violent criminals and making sure we're keeping Americans safe.
So like a no for day laborers, leave them alone is what you're saying?
I mean, I don't think that contributes to making us safer.
Is along those lines, I know you recently signed a letter stating your disappointment with the use of the National Guard. It was a Democratic Governors Coalition. Have I get that right? Okay.
National Guard in California.
Yeah. Showing your disappointment at that. Is there a concern that could happen here?
Well, here's the thing. Let me just clarify. It's not the use of National Guard. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of our state National Guard. This was an unprecedented overreach by the president, going around the governor and calling up federalizing the California Guard against the governor's wishes. That hasn't happened in 60 years. So that was just really an unprecedented overreach. And I want to make it clear, I stand ready to call up the state guard if that's necessary.
What if Trump calls it up in Arizona, doesn't tell you about it, does it behind your back? You do what?
I don't want to speak to hypotheticals, but I think this is him using the power of the presidency to engage in a political battle. And I think that that's not how I would be responding to this situation.
Is there any law that says he can do that in the state of Arizona or anywhere else that you know of?
I know that the governor of California challenged this action in court. So I think we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Do you think that Donald Trump is at war with, quote unquote, Democratic governors or blue states?
I think Donald Trump was elected to address a lot of challenges we're facing in the country, including it is inarguable that folks were concerned about immigration. I think he is politicizing the issue, and I think he's not going after the people he said he would, like violent criminals. He's doing indiscriminate roundups that are not doing anything to make Arizonans or Americans safer.
We're talking to Governor Katie Hobbs. If Joe Biden had not let in 10 million people into the country, I don't think we'd be seeing this. Do you agree with that statement? That's my opinion.
Immigration has been a political football for decades. It didn't start with Joe Biden or Obama or Bush before him. It's been a political football for decades. And Washington politicians have chosen to continue to allow it to be a political football than actually taking action that addresses it with comprehensive immigration reform. And that is really unfortunate.
But it seems that Biden was so bad at securing the border and didn't want to secure it that he let all these people in. And now he's out of office. And you've got Donald Trump, who's done the exact opposite. And it's like, if Joe Biden was somewhat efficient on the border, I don't think we'd see Donald Trump going and arresting people or ICE arresting people at a Home Depot.
Well, I don't disagree with you that Biden was bad on the border, and I think that was one of the biggest issues in Arizona, and I have, been not shy about saying that. We've seen story after story after story that activity on the border is very quiet now. We're not seeing a bunch of people coming in, and yet the president continues to go after people that are just living their lives, not making us more unsafe, instead of what he promised to do and go after violent criminals.
All right. That is just a piece of our interview with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She comes in studio every 2 weeks. We asked her about the China bill. You can check all that stuff out on our podcast, why she vetoed it. There was another anti-Semitism bill. She vetoed that as well. You can find out why. Just grab the podcast, go to YouTube, check it all out.
Yeah, that you will.
All right. Still to come. Let's update everybody a little bit on Outspoken Against Hunger.
Deal.
We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we need your donation, and we're going to give you a reason why you should donate.
Good reason.
Oh, it is a big reason. Coming up next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about a Life Changer loan. Literally the last piece of financing you'll need for anything. A Life Changer loan is unique. It is different from the traditional 30-year mortgage. A Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, which means you could pay the entire thing off in a few short years without changing your spending habits. Sound too good to be true? Well, it's not. It's happening to people all the time right here in the Valley. They are learning about a Life Changer loan. Plus, a Life Changer loan lets you access the equity you have in your home. So you can borrow from yourself and use it to buy another property without needing additional mortgage. You could do home improvement without having to get a loan. You could get a new car without needing to finance. You could even pay for college tuition. You just borrow from yourself. Do you have good credit? Are you good with money? Well, then don't let a bank control your finances. You take control with a Life Changer loan. Check them out online, lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we
we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this evening and says the actions by the administration are misguided.
This president campaigned on deporting violent criminals, and that has clearly shifted.
She called the president's activation of the National Guard in Los Angeles without the governor's request an overreach. You can watch that full interview with Governor Hobbs on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Ray5. And now let's check traffic with Heather Larson once again in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Just one wreck to report at this hour at 41st Avenue and Buckeye Road. Valley freeways are moving along nicely as you head home. Traffic brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details, schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, head over to KTAR.com. On the right side of the page, we see my beautiful face.
Okay, yes. It's there.
And there is the Big Q. And today's Big Q is, I don't know if it's a simple question. But I wanted to ask something very specific.
Okay.
About what took place in L.A., okay?
Uh-huh.
So I'm asking this. Are you in favor of ICE rounding up illegal immigrants at Home Depot? It's a very specific question.
Yeah, I don't think
Home
people
Depot.
read it like that.
Oh, do you what do you...
They stopped reading at deport, rounding up illegal.
Well, I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah.
But because when you look at some of the polling, and we discussed this, why don't you guess, and then I'll tell you about some of the other polling. So, are you in favor of ICE rounding up
they're
illegal?
going to say yes. Yes, 72.
78.
Okay.
All right. So if
kick the Mexicans out.
If some people do, some people want that.
Oh, I know they do.
I'm trying to find the poll here. So there was some polling that was done on what took place in Los Angeles, and you would
the difference between going after violent criminals and going after guys who are will paint your shed.
Right. Nearly half of adults disapprove of Trump's handling of the protests.
Mm-hmm.
So 47% disapprove of deploying the Marines. 45% disapprove the National Guard deployment. I don't know if we had one on disapprove of removing illegal immigrants who are at Home Depot. We don't have that.
Yeah, well, that's very specific. Yeah.
But I think that most of us are behind getting rid of the bad people.
I haven't heard anybody say, keep the bad people.
Right, exactly.
I haven't heard anybody saying, let the criminals stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
So are we going to go and start, picking up people who are, trying to find a job? Yeah, they're here illegally. And I've said this before. Yeah, a lot of illegal immigrants have to go. I get it. I'm on board with that. I don't like when they specifically would go to a Home Depot to pick up those guys because I don't think they're bothering anybody right now. I think we have bigger problems.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have criminals that are here and shouldn't be here. And I want those gone first. And that's not what's happening.
No.
All right.
No.
So it's a big Q. All right. Let's go to something a little bit different.
All right. We are outspoken against hunger. And we are attempting to feed a lot of kids this summer. Why kids? Why summer? Specific reason. Many kids out there, especially those that have any sort of food insecurity, get meals at school, breakfast or lunch or both.
Right.
Now that school is out until August for many people, they are missing out on those meals and maybe down to one meal a day. Maybe it's only dinner.
Yeah.
St. Mary's Food Bank is an organization right here in our own backyard that can stop that from happening and can feed these kids.
Yeah, so we just want you to text the word food to 620-620. Yesterday, something very interesting happened on the show.
Very exciting.
Very exciting. So, Scott Isner, right? Axon.
He's the president of Axon, yes, the Scottsdale-based company.
And that's the taser company.
Make tasers and body cams and stuff like that.
So he came on the air because they're going to break talks off with Scottsdale. Scottsdale, he didn't think, Scottsdale was
being very fair.
Right. So, I Googled him during the interview, and he's made of money.
Literally, while he was talking, you Googled him.
He's made of a lot of money. So
he's made of a lot of money.
This is how the interview ended.
Okay. Again, thanks a lot for the support.
Yeah.
Pleasure speaking with you guys. And if there's anything I can do for you in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, boy.
Right,
careful what you wish for. You might get to hear from Gatos again.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Josh, we do have this little fundraiser that we're doing, Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, man. Now that you guys brought up our stock, I feel I have to do it. All right.
You can help us feed some kids
We're
this
we're feeding
summer.
kids over the summer, and we know you want to help.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my Lanta.
For this effort.
$50,000.
Go raise the money, and we'll make it happen.
Josh, you're the man.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk about Axon being a good partner, right?
I told you I was going to ask him about that.
You did. Wow.
So that happened yesterday.
That's for real.
That's for real.
We followed up.
So right now, your donation is going to be doubled. And all you have to do is text the word food to 620-620 and give. And Axon is going to double it.
Yeah. Josh is going to
Let's
take
feed
care of it.
twice as many kids as we thought we could. Right?
He gave us a great way to do that. Appreciate it. Appreciate that help. Again, food to 620-620. We also appreciate you guys listening and all the help on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. Big shout out to DJ Just in Time over there. Our super producer, Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. Don't forget the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, delivering all the news and information. And that's Heather Larson, getting you home with your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash, without monthly payments, to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt, to making renovations, or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals, and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful, new, energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
The battle is on for the congressional